we get started. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the virtual public hearing for the draft environmental impact statement for the Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind farm project. We'll begin shortly, but in the meantime, if you need assistance, please send a message to the host through the chat. Thank you. Hi, everyone. The time is 5:01 p.m. Eastern, and we'll now begin the virtual public hearing for the draft environmental impact statement for the Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind project. Thank you all so much for participating. My name's Pam Chanel, and I'll serve as the facilitator for today's hearing. I'm with ICF, the independent third-party contractor supporting the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM. I do want to note that this hearing is being recorded, and if you don't wish to be part of this recorded hearing, please go ahead and disconnect from the call. A recording of the hearing will be posted on BOEM's virtual hearing room, which is located on BOEM's website. We'll go ahead and review the agenda for today's meeting. We'll begin with opening remarks and a presentation, which should take about 30 minutes. Karen Baker, the Chief of BOEM's Office of Renewable Energy Programs, will provide a few opening remarks. And next, I'm sure a lot of us have become familiar with Zoom over the past year or two, but we'll go ahead and review some of the tips for the Zoom platform, and I'll point out some of the features we'll be using tonight. Then we'll move into an overview of the presentation presented by Lisa Landers, the Environmental Coordinator with BOEM. We'll then have a project presentation from Todd Scheibel with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Next, we'll take a quick break for everyone to stretch before we reconvene to take public comments. Following the formal public comments, we'll take another quick break and we'll conclude with our question and answer session. Another resource that may be helpful to you is the Ocean Wind Virtual Hearing Room. The virtual hearing room can be accessed at boem.gov/ocean-wind-1-DEIS-virtual-public-hearings, and we'll drop that into the chat for everyone as well. The virtual hearing room includes publications, posters, and videos related to the Ocean Wind 1 project, including an overview of the draft EIS video, an overview of avian species in the draft EIS, an overview of the scenic and visual resource impact analysis in the draft environmental impact statement, and other videos and resource impact analyses. Additional resources, including the slides that are accompanying today's presentations and a recording of today's hearing, will be posted to BOEM's virtual hearing room. We do have a full agenda for today, so let's go ahead and get started. I'd like to introduce Karen Baker, the Chief of BOEM's Office of Renewable Energy Programs, for some welcome remarks. Karen?
Thank you, Pam. Good evening. My name is Karen Baker, and I am the Chief of the Office of Renewable Energy Programs at the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM. Welcome to BOEM's third and final virtual public hearing to discuss the draft environmental impact statement for the Ocean Wind Project offshore New Jersey. I wish we could be meeting in person, but BOEM has found this technology an effective alternative, and we've utilized it to host over 30 public meetings in the last 2 years. We hope in the near future to start reconvening in-person public meetings. For those of you who aren't familiar with BOEM, we are a federal bureau within the Department of Interior that oversees the development of our energy and mineral resources in the nation's outer continental shelf, or OCS. The OCS extends in most areas from about 3 miles offshore to the full extent of the exclusive economic zone, approximately 200 miles offshore. BOEM is responsible for the expeditious and orderly development of energy resources of the OCS, including renewables like offshore wind. It's our job to ensure this development is done in an environmentally and economically responsible way. This process starts with public input, data gathering, analysis, and leasing. After many years now, we have 28 leases for offshore wind in the Atlantic. As we've mentioned, we're here today to discuss the draft environmental impact statement of the Ocean Wind project on one of those 28 leases. Your participation and feedback today are essential to BOEM's renewable energy program and play a vital role in our environmental analysis of the proposed project. BOEM would also like to note on behalf of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that these virtual public hearings will serve as the public hearings for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Section 10 and Section 4 permit review. Thank you all for joining. We've had about 155 individuals pre-registered to attend today's meeting. Of those, about 64 indicated they would be providing comments, so we've got a busy evening ahead. There are about a dozen members of the BOEM staff, subject matter experts, participating in today's meeting to help provide information as needed. So we all look forward to hearing your comments and answering any questions you may have. Now I will turn it back to Pam.
Thanks so much for those remarks, Karen. I do want to take a minute or two to review some of the features that we'll be using during our Zoom meeting today. At any time during the meeting, if you need assistance with the Zoom platform, you can use the chat feature located in the bottom of your screen to message the meeting host, or you can send an email to oceanwind@icf.com. And we included that email address in the chat as well. We appreciate you participating in this online public hearing, and we'll work to conduct this hearing in a manner that closely resembles that of an in-person hearing. I'd ask that you please make note of the phone number for this hearing. The phone number is 1-888-788-0099. The meeting ID is 812-1341-5060. And the password is 722-92016. If you experience difficulty with your internet connection at any point during the hearing, you can call this number to listen to the hearing. Additionally, individual internet connections and bandwidth vary, and it might impact your viewing experience. So we recommend closing all apps and programs and limiting other download or streaming while you're participating in this hearing. Finally, we are running this hearing using Zoom Webinar, which mutes all participants and restricts video feeds. So when we get to the public comment portion of today's hearing, the meeting host will unmute you to make your comments. For any media representatives that have joined the hearing today, please contact Lisa Eng at the contact information provided here. Before we begin, I want to review some ground rules for today's virtual public hearing. As previously stated, we'll provide an overview presentation before accepting formal comments, and then BOEM will answer some clarifying questions raised during the hearing. When we get to the formal comment period for today's call, I will call on people who requested to make a comment when they pre-registered. All names will be called in the order in which we received your registration. After all of those folks have commented, I'll ask if anyone else would like to make a comment. You then use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom platform, or if you're calling in by phone, you would type *9, and I'll call on people to comment in the order in which they raise their hand. During the comment period, I'll post the names of the next 5 speakers in the chat so you can see when your turn's coming. I'll then ask the next 5 speakers to raise their hand using the raise your hand button in the Zoom platform, or to press *9 if you called in by phone. When I call your name, you'll receive a pop-up box on your screen that will allow you to unmute yourself to make your comment. Throughout today's hearing, if you think of a question that you need to have clarified, please type your question into the Q&A box on the Zoom platform. When we get to the question and answer portion of today's hearing, BOEM staff will answer your clarifying questions. And we'll review all of this again before the comment period and again before the question and answer session. Please keep in mind that this hearing is being recorded and transcribed, and I'd ask that there be no inappropriate language. We do have a large number of participants on the call who previously pre-registered to speak, so we'll be asking everyone to keep their comments to no more than 5 minutes. I would note that this is the third of 3 virtual public hearings that have been scheduled. The first hearing was held on Thursday, July 14th at 1 p.m. Eastern, and the second was held on Wednesday, July 20th at 5 p.m. Eastern. All hearings have the same presentation and agenda. If you submitted a comment at an earlier meeting that has already been recorded for the project record, you do not need to restate the comment at this meeting. Please note that all comments can also be submitted through regulations.gov and via the US mail. All comments, whether they're received orally or in writing, are weighted equally. We appreciate the opportunity to share information about this project with you all. And again, the purpose of this virtual public hearing is to share information about the project and to receive your comments. I'd now like to introduce Lisa Landers, the Environmental Coordinator with BOEM, for her presentation. Lisa?
Thanks, Pam. Hello, I'm Lisa Landers, the Environmental Coordinator for the Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind farm project. This evening, I will be presenting an overview of the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, or DEIS. First, I would like to make you aware of additional resources that are available for your review. BOEM has developed a virtual meeting room webpage for the Ocean Wind 1 DEIS public hearings. The webpage address is provided at the bottom of this slide. You may have already visited this page to register. We encourage you to explore this page and the additional content that we have there. On the Resources tab of the virtual meeting room webpage, you will find posters and publications similar to the stations that we would normally have in an in-person meeting. The posters relay a brief summary of important topics to our stakeholders, most importantly, how to comment. We also have publications that provide more detailed information about topics of interest. On the Videos tab of the virtual meeting room webpage, you will find pre-recorded presentations developed by a BOEM subject matter expert for each of the resources listed on this slide. The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, is a law requiring federal agencies to assess the environmental effects of their proposed action and reasonable alternatives. The NEPA process collects relevant information for the decision maker to either approve with conditions, or disapprove the plan. Through the NEPA process, an environmental impact statement, or EIS, must be prepared if the agency is proposing a major federal action that may significantly affect the quality of the human environment. The purpose of the analysis is to discuss the effects of a proposed project on its surrounding environment. The EIS must provide an analysis of reasonable alternatives and the direct, indirect, and cumulative effects of the action. The NEPA process includes public scoping and DEIS public comment periods. BOEM issued lease OCSA 0498 to RES America Developments, Inc. in February of 2016. On May 10th, 2016, BOEM approved 100% assignment of the lease to Ocean Wind LLC, an Ørsted subsidiary. New Jersey Board of Public Utilities awarded Ocean Wind an 1,100 megawatt solicitation and corresponding offshore renewable energy certificate, or OREC, in June of 2019. This serves as the offtake agreement for the Ocean Wind 1 project. Ocean Wind submitted a construction operations plan, or COP, to BOEM in August of 2019. And in March 2021, BOEM approved partial assignment of lease OCSA 0498. This area now carries lease number OCSA 0532. The figure on the slide shows OCSA 0498 in its current configuration in yellow, along with the Ocean Wind 1 project components. The proposed Ocean Wind 1 project includes up to 98 wind turbine generators, or WTGs, and up to 3 offshore substations. 3 export cables would be located within 2 route corridors. The BL England and Oyster Creek export cable route corridors connect the wind energy facility to the onshore electrical grid. The Oyster Creek export cable route corridor crosses Island Beach State Park and Barnegat Bay. The project would have 2 onshore substations. The BL England substation would be located at the retired coal, oil, and diesel power plant in Upper Township, New Jersey, and the Oyster Creek substation would be located at the retired nuclear power plant in Lacey Township, New Jersey. Existing grid infrastructure used to formally interconnect these plants would be used to connect the offshore wind energy to the grid. The Ocean Wind 1 project is located on the Outer Continental Shelf, or OCS, approximately 15 miles from the New Jersey shoreline. The project is approximately 15 miles southeast of Atlantic City, New Jersey, and 16 miles southeast of Ocean City, New Jersey. The maximum WTG dimensions include a blade tip height up to 906 feet, a hub height up to 512 feet, and a rotor diameter up to 788 feet. The Notice of Intent, or NOI, to prepare the EIS was published on March 30th, 2021, which initiated the 30-day scoping comment period. 3 virtual public scoping meetings were held April 13th through 20th, 2021. Recordings of the virtual scoping meetings are available on BOEM's project webpage. A scoping summary report is available on the project webpage as well. This report provides a compilation, categorization, and overall summary of the major issues raised during scoping. Scoping comments can also be found on regulations.gov. BOEM has coordinated with tribal nations during the development of the DEIS. BOEM conducted government-to-government meetings with 2 federally recognized tribes, Delaware Nation and the Delaware Tribe of Indians, on June 17th, 2021. A government-to-government meeting will be scheduled in late summer of 2022, and future meetings will be scheduled as requested. BOEM elected to use NEPA substitution to fulfill the agency's Section 106 obligations pursuant to 36 CFR 800.8 parent C. There are 24 consulting parties total, including tribal nations, federal agencies, state and local governments, and other non-governmental organizations. Section 106 consultation meetings were held on March 8th, 2022 and May 4th, 2022. Future consultation meetings will be scheduled later in 2022 and early 2023. The DEIS Notice of Availability, or NOA, was published in the Federal Register on June 24th, 2022. 3 virtual public hearings were scheduled. This meeting is the 3rd and final public hearing. The 45-day public comment period closes on August 8th, 2022. To be most helpful, comments should be as specific as possible. A substantive comment discusses the accuracy of the information, suggests alternate methodologies and the reasons why they should be used, provides new information relevant to the analysis, identifies a different source of credible research, which if used in the analysis could result in different effects, or provides clarification where needed. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 of the main body of the EIS contain the purpose and need, alternatives, and analysis of the environmental consequences. The Ocean Wind 1 project is using the project design envelope, or PDE, approach. The PDE parameters and maximum case scenario are outlined in detail in Appendix E. The cumulative impact scenario, referred to as the planned activities scenario in the DEIS, is provided in Appendix F. In order to meet page limit requirements, the assessment of resources with minor or lower impacts is provided in Appendix G. And Appendix N contains the Section 106 finding of adverse effect and draft Section 106 Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA. The DEIS analyzes the proposed action, 4 action alternatives, and the no action alternative. The proposed action is the project as described in the COP, which I outlined earlier in the project overview slides. Next, I will describe each of the action alternatives in more detail. Alternative B, no surface occupancy at select locations to reduce visual impacts, would exclude wind turbine generators in locations nearest to coastal communities to reduce visual impacts. Alternative B includes 2 sub-alternatives as shown in the figures on the slide. Subalternative B1 evaluates a 12.4 megawatt turbine, which is referred to as a smaller turbine model, and would remove up to 9 turbine positions shown in gray and outlined in red. Subalternative B2 evaluates a 14.7 megawatt turbine, which is referred to as the larger turbine model, and would remove up to 19 turbine positions shown in gray and outlined in red. Alternative C, wind turbine layout modification to establish a buffer between ocean wind and Atlantic shores, would remove or relocate wind turbine generators along the northeastern lease boundary to allow for a 0.81 nautical mile to 1.08 nautical mile buffer between each project's turbines. Alternative C includes 2 sub-alternatives. The first sub-alternative, C1, is shown in the figure on the slide. Subalternative C1 would remove or relocate the 8 turbines shown in gray and outlined in red located along the northeastern boundary. If relocated, the 8 turbines would be relocated to the positions shown in purple. The second subalternative, C2, would compress the turbine array layout to allow for a 0.81 nautical mile to 1.08 nautical mile buffer between each project's turbines. On this slide, there are figures depicting 2 compression scenarios under subalternative C2. The 0.81 nautical mile buffer compression scenario shown in the left figure is a scenario coordinated between Ocean Wind 1, Atlantic Shore South, and the United States Coast Guard. The compression scenario shown in the figure on the right would create a 1.08 nautical mile buffer between each project's turbines. Alternative D, sand ridge and trough avoidance, would remove up to 15 turbines from the sand ridge and trough habitat area in the northeastern portion of the lease area. These turbines are shown in red and outlined in red in the figure on the slide. Sand ridge and trough habitat is characterized by areas of vertical relief, with fine to medium sands on the ridges and medium to very coarse sands and shell fragments in the troughs. This habitat provides increased structural complexity, often leading to greater species diversity, abundance, productivity, and overall function. Alternative E, submerged aquatic vegetation avoidance, would limit the export cable route option traversing Island Beach State Park to the northern option developed to minimize impacts on submerged aquatic vegetation, or SAV. The northern option, shown in orange in the figure on the slide, makes landfall in Island Beach State Park swimming area number 2 parking area, travels north along the parking areas, and then turns west following a prior channel in Barnegat Bay. Mapped SAV is shown in the figure in shades of green. Each alternative analysis includes evaluation of impacts to biological, physical, and socioeconomic resources listed here. The subject matter experts that analyze impacts to many of these resources are also on this virtual meeting and will answer questions later in the meeting. The DEIS uses a 4-level classification scheme to characterize the potential impacts of alternatives. Resource-specific definitions for negligible, minor, moderate, and major impacts are presented in each resource section. On this slide are the impact level definitions for finfish, invertebrates, and essential fish habitat, or EFH. Similar tables are provided in each resource section in Chapter 3 of the DEIS. For the proposed action, most adverse resource impacts are negligible to moderate. The proposed action may result in potentially major adverse impacts on commercial fisheries, marine mammals, navigation and vessel traffic, scientific research and surveys, and scenic and visual resources. The proposed action may also result in potentially beneficial impacts to air quality, benthic resources, birds, demographics, employment and economics, land use and coastal infrastructure, recreation and tourism, and sea turtles. Alternatives B, C, and D would reduce the number of turbines. Alternative E would limit the Oyster Creek export cable route corridor to reduce impacts to SAV. These alternatives reduced impacts to many resources. However, they did not always result in a change to the resource's impact level conclusion. The minimization of impacts is identified and quantified where possible in the DEIS. The DEIS provides a summary and comparison of the alternatives. Table S2 in the executive summary compares the impacts of each alternative on each resource. Each alternative has been analyzed both alone and when combined with other reasonable foreseeable planned actions. On the slide, you will see a clip from Table S2 for finfish, invertebrates, and EFH. A narrative summary and comparison of the alternatives is also provided in the DEIS in Chapter 2, Table 2-4. Comments received today and during the comment period will be assessed and considered by BOEM and the cooperating agencies during preparation of the final EIS or FEIS. Necessary changes to the document will be made in response to comments and/or new information, and responses to comments will be provided in an appendix to the FEIS. The FEIS will also include identification of the preferred alternative. As indicated by the graphic on this slide, the DEIS public hearings are currently underway. The next steps in the EIS schedule will be to publish the FEIS, which is anticipated to occur on March 3rd, 2023, and to issue the record of decision, which is anticipated to occur on April 14th, 2023. BOEM's Ocean Wind 1 webpage includes a variety of informative documents, including the COP, the DEIS, and a link to the virtual meeting room webpage. As mentioned before, within the virtual meeting room webpage, you will find posters and pre-recorded presentations highlighting key topics and resource areas. You can provide comments on the DEIS electronically by using regulations.gov providing verbal testimony during any of our public hearings, and by mailing comments to the Office of Renewable Energy Programs at the address provided on this slide and on the Ocean Wind 1 virtual meeting room webpage. If you prefer to submit your comments electronically, visit regulations.gov and search for docket number BOEM-2022-0021. Next, click comment and follow the prompts to submit your comment. Comments must be postmarked no later than August 8th, 2022. BOEM does not consider anonymous comments. Please include your name and address as part of your submittal. All comments will be made part of the public record and may be publicly posted without change. This concludes BOEM's presentation, and so now I will turn the presentation back over to Pam.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I now want to introduce Todd Scheibel, the Chief of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Regulatory Branch. Todd?
Hello, everyone. As just introduced, my name is Todd Scheibel. I am the Chief of the Regulatory Branch in the Philadelphia District in the United States Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. The mission of the regulatory program is to protect the nation's aquatic resources and navigable capacity while allowing economic development through fair and balanced decisions. The regulatory program evaluates permit applications for essentially all construction activities that occur in the nation's waters, including adjacent wetlands. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. On June 17th, 2022, USACE issued a public notice for an application for a Department of the Army permit pursuant to Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899 and Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. This public notice initiated a 30-day public comment period in which any person may request a public hearing to consider this application. This public notice also noted that a separate USACE public hearing would not be necessary, as BOEM had already scheduled 3 virtual public hearings, which will also serve as USACE public hearings. For the Corps of Engineers, a public hearing affords the public an opportunity to present their views, opinions, and information of the Department of the Army permit application. USACE will be in listen-only mode for the question and answer portion of today's public hearing. Any material submitted in opposition to or in support of the proposed action, the hearing transcript, and such other material as may be relevant or pertinent to the subject matter of the hearing will be included in the administrative record of the Department of the Army permit application. The procedures of these 3 virtual hearings must meet the requirements of the USACE Conduct of Hearing Regulations found in 33 Code of Federal Regulations 327.8. Next slide, please. And next one, okay. A Department of the Army permit is required for the construction for the following structures on the outer continental shelf in the Atlantic Ocean: up to 98 wind turbine generators, up to 3 offshore alternating current or AC substations, array cables linking the individual turbines to the offshore substations, 1 substation interconnector cable linking 2 offshore substations to each other, and 3 offshore export cables. A Department of the Army permit is also required for the construction of the following structures and work within the 3 nautical mile limit of the Atlantic Ocean, as well as Barnegat Bay, Oyster Creek, Crookhorn Creek, their tributaries, and adjacent wetlands. 3 offshore cables, including cable installation, for example, through jetting, vertical injection, controlled flow excavation, or CFE, dredging and/or horizontal directional drilling, or HDD, at a target burial depth of 4 feet. 3 onshore export cable systems, including cable installation at a target burial depth of 4 feet, and the discharge of fill material for cable crossings, HDD pits, access, and staging. Finally, a Department of the Army permit is required for the discharge of dredged and fill material within the 3 nautical mile limit of the Atlantic Ocean, as well as Barnegat Bay, Oyster Creek, Crookhorn Creek, their tributaries, and adjacent wetlands. That includes the discharge of dredge material associated with the export cables and the discharge of fill material for cable crossings, HDD pits, access, and staging. Next slide, please. A Section 408 permission is required to occupy, alter the following federal civil works projects. For the Great Egg Harbor Inlet to Townsend's Inlet project, The cables would be installed via the HDD method approximately 48 feet beneath the height of the existing dunes and extend for approximately 2,500 linear feet from the cable entry point within 35th Street. The cable would range from 10 to 35 feet below the Corps of Engineers' depth of closure before surfacing in the Atlantic Ocean. The beach would remain open during construction activities, with restricted access at 35th Street. Public access would remain open at 34th and 36th Streets. Construction activities were proposed to be undertaken outside of the summer tourism season. For the Ocean City cable route below the New Jersey Intracoastal Waterway Federal Navigation Project, one cable would be installed via the HDD method approximately 29 feet beneath the existing bed of the channel at the Roosevelt Boulevard Bridge in Ocean City. For the Oyster Creek cable route across the New Jersey Intracoastal Waterway Federal Navigation Project, two cables would be installed via jetting approximately 4 feet beneath the existing bed of the channel prior to making landfall at the Holtec property in Lacey Township, Ocean County, New Jersey. And for the Oyster Creek channel portion of the Barnegat Inlet Federal Navigation Project, Ocean Wind LLC would conduct one-time hydraulic maintenance dredging of the Oyster Creek channel portion of the Barnegat Inlet Federal Navigation Project to authorize project dimensions to allow for project vessels to access Barnegat Bay. Hydraulic dredging of approximately 18,000 cubic yards of shoaled sediments from the approximately 5,230 foot long by 200 foot wide Federal Navigation Channel to minus 8 feet below the plane of the mean low water is proposed. The total dredge footprint is approximately 3.7 acres. All resultant dredge material would be transported via pipeline for placement at a site to be determined. The chosen disposal site will require an acceptable use determination by the New Jersey DEP's Office of Dredging and Sediment Technology. Next slide, please. BOEM is the lead federal agency for this project, responsible for managing the Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS process. USACE is a cooperating agency under 40 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 1501.8, to ensure that BOEM's resulting EIS may be adopted by USACE for the purposes of exercising our regulatory authority. As a cooperating agency, USACE is responsible to BOEM for providing environmental information which is directly related to the Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind project, and which is required for the preparation of an EIS. USACE may require the applicant, Ocean Wind LLC, to furnish appropriate information that USACE considers necessary for the preparation of an EIS. If USACE finds that the draft EIS is inadequate with respect to the USACE permit decision, then USACE will attempt to resolve the differences concerning the USACE permit action prior to BOEM filing a final EIS. If USACE finds that the final EIS is inadequate, then USACE will incorporate BOEM's final EIS, or a portion thereof, and prepare an appropriate and adequate NEPA document to address the USACE involvement with the Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind project. Finally, if USACE finds that the final EIS is adequate, then USACE will adopt the BOEM EIS and will issue a record of decision as a statement of findings for NEPA. This concludes USACE's presentation at today's public hearing.
Thank you so much, Todd. In just a minute, we'll take a quick break to let folks stretch before we start the formal public comments. As a reminder, please feel free to continue to type any questions that you'd like to have clarified in that Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Following the public comments, we'll have time for BOEM representatives to respond to your questions. And we'll stop taking new clarifying questions at the close of the public comment portion of today's meeting. I will note that any of the questions that are submitted through the Q&A will not be considered as formal comments for the NEPA process. So if you do wish to make a formal comment, please either plan to speak today or to submit your comments through regulations.gov or through the US mail. At this point, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 5:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for rejoining us. At this point, we are ready to get started with the public comment portion of today's hearing. As a reminder, I will call on the people who pre-registered to make a comment when they signed up for the meeting. All names will be called in the order in which we received your registration. After all of those folks have commented, I'll ask if anyone else would like to make a comment. You would then raise your hand using the raise your hand feature on the Zoom platform, or if you're calling from a phone, you would dial *9. I'll call on people to comment in the order in which they raise their hand. Now, during the comment period, I'll post the names of the next 5 speakers in the chat so you can see when your turn is coming. I'll then read the names of those 5 speakers and ask that you please raise your hand using the button at the bottom of your screen, or type *9 if you called in by telephone. That'll let me know that you're on the call and that you still wish to make a public comment. Feel free to just not raise your hand if you no longer wish to make a comment, and we can move on to the next speaker. I'll call the names of the people who have their hands raised, and when I call your name, you'll receive a pop-up box to unmute yourself. Sometimes that pop-up box can get hidden if you have a lot of extra windows open, so I'd recommend closing any extra open windows now. And if you're calling in from a phone, you'll hear a prompt to press *6 to unmute your line. Please remember that if you have clarifying questions, you can still type those into the Q&A box on the Zoom platform. We will stop taking any new questions once we're finished with the public comment period, so be sure to submit any questions you have as soon as you're able. A couple of ground rules for us to follow during the comment period today. First, please limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. I'll post a timer on the screen to help you keep track of the time. At the end of your time, I will jump in to wrap things up to allow others the opportunity to comment. If you're not able to complete your comment within the allotted time, you can still submit them in writing before the end of the public comment period, which ends on August 8th, 2022. Second, please be respectful towards everyone who provides a comment during today's hearing. You each have a unique and a valued perspective, and no one comment is more important than another. Comments that are directed to or are about another commenter are not in line with the intent of today's meeting and will not be allowed. Finally, should any of the comments or actions begin to distract from the purpose of this public hearing, that speaker may be placed on mute or removed from the online platform. And I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anyone's name. The names of the first 5 commenters have been posted into the chat box. I'll now read the names of the next 5 presenters and ask that you raise your hand using the button at the bottom of your screen, or press *9 if you dialed in by phone. I'll call the names of the people who have their hands raised, and you'll receive that pop-up box so that you can unmute, state your name and affiliation, and then make your comment. The first 5 speakers are Carrie Martin, Zachary Klein, Jacqueline Walling, Jeff Kalin, and Michael Connor. Our first comment will be our first commenter will be Zachary Klein.
Good evening. Thanks so much. My name is Zachary Klein. I am a resident of New Jersey, born and raised in Morris County. Now I live in Red Bank, and I'm speaking in my capacity today as the policy attorney for Clean Ocean Action, which is a nonprofit committed to preserving the integrity and quality of the marine waters off the coast of New York and New Jersey, which is based in Long Branch, New Jersey. I'd like to start by asking for an extension of the public comment period and for a pilot offshore wind project to be done off the New Jersey coast before we rush ahead with the industrialization of hundreds of thousands of acres of our invaluable ocean waters. Next, I'd like to point out that Clean Ocean Action is concerned by Ocean Wind's comments in section 3.8 of the draft EIS, where it says that Ocean Wind will abandon the buried cables that are left in place after the expected lifetime of the project, which is anticipated, at least by the DIS, to be 35 years. What will the long-term consequences of these abandoned cables be for the health of the local community and the ecosystems around them? And what happens if an abandoned cable becomes exposed? None of these concerns are addressed by the EIS in its draft form and ought to be before the final EIS is published. Clean Ocean Action is also deeply concerned about a comment in section 3.22 of the DEIS, where it says that Ocean Wind will identify compensatory mitigation based on the requirements of the Army Corps and the NJDEP. Ocean Wind is coordinating wetlands mitigation options with state and federal agencies and may identify a mix of banking and on-site restoration depending on agency preference and availability. This comment is problematic for 2 reasons. First, it is unacceptable that Ocean Wind 1 has not yet identified the concrete steps that it will undertake to mitigate the unavoidable permanent consequences of its activities. The information is critical to understanding the project's true overall impacts, and Ocean Wind 1's wetlands mitigation plan must be submitted to public review and comment as a matter of transparency and ensuring that it is as well informed as possible. Second, Clean Ocean Action objects to the implication that Ocean Wind 1's wetlands mitigation efforts will be largely left to the developer and, moreover, will ultimately be limited by administrative capacity. The EIS must impose more oversight on Ocean Wind 1's plans for wetlands mitigation, and the EIS must mandate that the wetlands mitigation plan ultimately reflects the scientific needs of the impacted ecosystems rather than artificial constraints. Next, I want to briefly expand on the observation that offshore wind farms in Europe and Block Island are not appropriate pilot comparisons for Ocean Wind 1. This is a point that will be repeated by the offshore wind developers, by BOEM, and by those who appear today in favor of the project. The reality is that the waters of the North Sea and Northern Europe don't have nearly as much variety of marine mammals, including the critically endangered North Atlantic right whale. New Jersey also has warmer waters than Northern Europe or Rhode Island, and the turbines placed off the New Jersey coast will realistically need to be able to withstand Category 3 or Category 4 hurricanes. Offshore turbines have not had to deal with weather events of that magnitude in Europe or Rhode Island. And then there's the fact we're dealing with totally different technology. 6 megawatt turbines that are being used at Block Island Wind Farm with brace jacket foundations, as opposed to 12 megabyte turbines with monopile foundations that will be used for Ocean Wind 1. And then we're also talking about siting 5 6 megawatt turbines off the coast of Rhode Island. That's the case of Block Island, which is not the same as siting nearly 100 turbines off the waters of New Jersey, which constitute a vital shipping lane for one of the busiest ports in the country. There are certainly some aspects of the Rhode Island process that would benefit development of offshore wind in New Jersey, such as the creation of a special area management plan before the BOEM review process continues, but it is not an appropriate scientific or logistical stand-in for New Jersey's uniquely busy coast. Speaking of navigation, just a couple other brief points. First, especially in light of the lawsuit filed by Delaware Riverkeeper Network this week, it's particularly glaring that this draft EIS fails to consider the impacts of endangered Atlantic sturgeon and their habitat on navigation and navigability for vessels involved in Ocean Wind 1. There's also the fact that marine vessel radar interference will clearly interfere. The turbines themselves will interfere with radars on nearby marine vessels. Even with the addition of navigational aids, this issue will prove especially harmful when, not if, the Coast Guard needs to conduct search and rescue missions around the turbines. To close, I repeat Clean Ocean Action's request that first, BOEM extend the comment period to provide the public with sufficient time to review this precedent-setting 1,400-page document. And second, I ask that a pilot project be performed off the New Jersey coast before we rush into industrializing these uniquely busy and biodiverse waters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Carrie Martin.
Hi, my name is Carrie Martin. I'm an advocacy campaign manager for Clean Ocean Action. Zachary is my colleague. The ocean is our #1 priority, and from the outset, Clean Ocean Action is not opposed to offshore wind, but the ocean does deserve protection, and we are very concerned about these trajectory of offshore wind proposals and have many questions. In Ms. Baker's introductory statement, she mentioned 28 leases for offshore wind in the nation. What are the true cumulative impacts of all of this development? The truth is, and according to scientists, they are not known. The size and scope and scale of all these projects being considered simultaneously is alarming and concerning. The DEIS states offshore wind will take fossil fuel projects offline, but where is the evidence for this statement? I don't see it in the DEIS. There are many new fossil fuel facilities already proposed and moving forward in this region as we speak. Moving on, there are numerous scientific deficiencies in the DEIS. Limited studies have been done and results are not yet available for current limited studies, yet projects in leased areas are forging ahead and permits are being granted without knowing the consequences. Scientists and state officials have admitted to numerous deficiencies in information and data gaps about the impacts of offshore wind on marine life. Studies being used in DEIS are outdated, and more than a majority of identified short-term studies in this region have not even started yet, for example, for sea turtles. The fisheries section in the Ocean Wind DEIS is deficient. This is concerning since BOEM itself noted in 2017 that offshore wind will have significant impacts on essential fish habitat. Essential fish habitat, or EFH, developed by the Regional Fishery Management Councils identified at least 27 species, including bluefish, summer flounder, black sea bass, to name a few, and included varying life cycle stages from larvae to juveniles and adults. The Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council has also designated habitat areas of particular concern for summer flounder within the Mid-Atlantic and New England. Black sea bass, sea scallops, surf clams all have the potential for habitat disturbance, and these are already described as being vulnerable to impacts to climate change, from climate change. There is a clear need for peer-reviewed independent studies, and that takes time to do, time for the results and time for independent peer review. There are so many uncertainties, but still some prominent officials in the review process of offshore wind proposals in this region comfortably describe the planning for offshore wind as, quote, building the plane as we are flying it, end quote. This is unacceptable. With so much at stake, it's unacceptable. How is moving forward with such large-scale industrial development with all these identified uncertainties, as well as the moderate major impacts identified in the DEIS, responsible and reasonable? There needs to be more transparency and due process. It's estimated the facilities will last 20 to 25 years in the harsh offshore conditions. What is a decommissioning plan for this project? There are clearly environmental impacts that will be associated with decommissioning. When will decommissioning get assessed and considered in this whole review process? There are extensive offshore as well as onshore impacts. The economic impacts to residents has not been communicated, and people are already struggling with energy costs and daily living costs. The environmental impacts alone will also have economic impacts for many. Public participation has been limited with this DEIS. It's summer vacation time. Many groups, many in our coalition, do not meet in the summertime or have limited meeting capacity. It's difficult to get board approvals for comments and for testimonies. As Zach mentioned in the previous testimony, the DEIS itself is technical and lengthy. And also in the next less than 2 weeks, people need to digest the document, but also the information provided by BOEM, the Army Corps, and members of the public on these hearings in now less than 2 weeks. In addition, there is much focus that needs to be made overall on energy waste and the alternatives. How is energy waste being addressed with the Ocean Wind 1 project? According to the Energy Information Administration, or EIA, 66% of the primary energy used to create electricity is wasted by the time the electricity arrives at the customer meter. No matter what energy is generated, so much is wasted. Offshore wind is no different, as a nameplate energy promise is not what will reach customers. Can we need less energy generating facility and lessen environmental impacts by focusing on reducing waste and improving efficiency? In many cases, energy efficiency investments are the cheapest way to control electricity costs and needs. In closing, there is public support for an extension from groups and residents. Over 2,000 people have signed a petition to support a 60-day extension to the public comment period. Clean Ocean Action strongly requests BOEM to extend the public comment period by at least 60 days to support a meaningful pilot project scale and time for people to make informed comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Just a reminder that I'm going to be calling the names of people who pre-registered to speak first. When I call your name, I'd ask that you please raise your hand. We will have time for everyone who has pre-registered to speak and anyone who would like to make a comment following that group. So please, if I haven't called your name, please go ahead and keep your hand down. We will get to you as we move through tonight's hearing. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Walling. Jacqueline?
Thank you for this platform. My name is Jacqueline Walling, Chair of the Environmental Committee of the Women's Club of Brielle. I must say I'm confused as to why we're industrializing our ocean for the sake of electricity that's going to be more expensive than our present energy. We all want clean energy. The ocean is an organ of the earth, just like our lungs are to us. Punching holes in the bottom of the ocean floor to put these monstrosities that contain 12,000 gallons of oil each on such a massive amount of land, 1 million acres and more to come from what I hear. That oil has to be changed every year. It would take thousands of turbines to be able to produce enough electricity for the city of New York. This is an experiment. Can we just slow this process down and do a pilot? The technology is not there. Everything is a guesstimate or an estimate. We don't know the impact these turbines will have. Will they possibly create erosion on the beachfront, harm marine life and birds? How many? What's the price? How much will our electric bills go up? Recently, Texas was in a heat wave and the wind turbines were not working due to the lack of wind. When Texas had a cold spell, the turbines froze. They didn't even have water or anything for days. Most recently, lightning struck a turbine and it was destroyed by fire. I don't understand how we're going to be able to maintain these structures and who's going to pay the price. The word recession is being bounced around, whether or not we're in one or approaching one. Inflation, we all see it and we all feel it, especially at the food store. It is very similar to what happened in the 70s. And I remember those days. Both my parents were out of work and they were tough times. And what did most people do during that energy crisis? We used wood stoves. If we can't afford this electricity with the rising prices that are going up, people will have to use alternative means. As a lifelong resident, my family, my husband's family, grew up on the beach and we were in the water every day from 9 to 3, sometimes 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was also fortunate enough to work on the beach as my husband and children have. I'm so grateful now that our grandchildren have the gift of being on the beach. The water has been pristine. Visibility has been amazing. One of the largest pods of dolphins were swimming south about a quarter mile off Manasquan Beach. It was beautiful to see. They worked as a family, the mothers with the calves in the front and the males keeping everybody swimming together in the back of the pod. The ocean wasn't always as beautiful as it is right now in the 80s and 90s. We had to fight to stop the dumping and the burning of garbage off of our beaches. There were days we couldn't go up to the beach because of red tide or hospital waste washing up. Gratefully, we fought. It took 30 years and we won. And now the ocean is amazing. I just asked the Bureau of Energy Management, of Ocean Energy Management, to reconsider the size of this project and do a pilot project and just slow down. We only have one ocean. Let's try and get it right. The technology isn't there. I yield. This is the third time I've spoken. I hope it's not falling on deaf ears. Please.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
comment. Our next 5 speakers are Cameron Foster,
I
Sharonda
finished early.
Allen, John Befroyer, Deborah Coyle, Nicole DiPalio. If you're here and still wish to make a comment, if you could raise your hands, please. Our first speaker will be Deborah Coyle.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Deborah Coyle. I'm Executive Director of New Jersey Work Environment Council. We are a coalition of 70 labor community environmental organizations working for safe, secure jobs in a healthy, sustainable environment. And I think this Ocean Wind project really is a step in the right direction, not just for New Jersey, but for the Mid-Atlantic region. The industry, the offshore wind industry, can create 83,000 jobs by 2035 and deliver $25 billion in annual economic input. And really, the Mid-Atlantic workforce serves to benefit tremendously with good paying jobs. And of course, we want this done in a responsible manner for the environment. And we also need to look at how offshore wind is going to help slow down and mitigate climate change. There's no silver bullet to stop climate change, but clean energy and moving forward with projects such like this is a step in the right direction. And just a couple of comments, because I've heard tonight a couple of references about industrialization of the ocean. I mean, the ocean currently, we have offshore drilling. And there are cables currently in the ocean. So laying cables is not a new technology. And I know a previous speaker did reference Texas, and I've heard this a lot as I've been speaking about offshore wind, about how the wind turbines froze. That's because they didn't have heaters. So there's a reason that those turbines froze. There are plenty of wind turbine and offshore wind projects in cold climates, such as the Scandinavian region and such. This project's in a, moving forward with BL England, the plant that's retired, bring that plant back online for clean energy. Is going to bring jobs to that region. And the other piece of this that we're looking at it is not just the construction of offshore wind, we're also looking at the supply chain, and that can actually reach into the heartland and create jobs throughout the country. And that's really what we're looking to do right now is we need to start creating good jobs and we need clean energy. And this is the way that we're going to do it. I've also, one thing we haven't really talked about is the public health impact of moving to clean energy. Right now, environmental justice communities are suffering because of where fossil fuel plants are located. And as we bring more clean energy online, it is going to improve public health. So we need to think about these communities as well. And then the other thing I wanted to raise is, I know I've heard in previous sessions as well about slow down pilot projects. We have pilot projects already. Block Island in Massachusetts, Vineyard Wind is projected to start in 2022. South Fork Power in 23, Sunrise and Empire Wind in New York, possibly by 24. So we have other projects. This will not be the first project. And we just want to encourage you to move this project forward in an environmentally responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Cameron Foster.
Hey there, I'm Cameron Foster from the New Jersey Resource Project. We're a community organization that works in rural and suburban towns in New Jersey. We were originally founded by Hurricane Sandy survivors in South Jersey and now work across the state. I myself am a two-time storm survivor. Almost 10 years ago during Superstorm Sandy, my home in Point Pleasant flooded with 4 feet of water, displacing my family for almost 6 years. Now I live in Somerset, right outside of New Brunswick, and lucky me, when Hurricane Ida hit last year, my first floor rental flooded, and I am currently still partially displaced again. So across the US, New Jersey is one of the most vulnerable states to sea level rise. Over 70,000 homes are expected to see at least one major flood a year by 2050. And all of this is to say that offshore wind is an environmental investment in the past, present, and future of our state. What's at stake if we don't move forwards towards sustainable energy sources are the beautiful boardwalks, beaches, cities, and farmlands that past generations worked so hard to create and sustain for us. If we want to honor the hard work that they did for New Jersey, and if we want the generations of the future to be able to do the same 10, 20, 50 years from now, we must ensure that climate-related disasters and sea level rise don't first submerge it all underwater. We must also guarantee that it's an economic investment that directly benefits our communities. New Jersey communities should see good family supporting jobs in the offshore wind industry with project labor agreements, prevailing wage, and union neutrality agreements. This needs to include workforce opportunities for underrepresented populations, such as workforce development and local hire provisions that lead to workforce opportunities, as I stated previously. For all this to work, we need robust stakeholder engagement at every step of the process, ensuring that everyone has a meaningful access to a seat at the table. And that's why I'm here today to call for offshore wind that works for me, you, and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is John Geffroyer. John, I think we're having some technical difficulties here getting you off of mute. Let's just try that one more time here, and then I may have to just circle back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to post the names of the next 5 speakers, and John, we will come back to you once we get this resolved. The names of the next 5 speakers are Emily Paul, Jody Stewart, Allison McLeod, Angelica Del Priore, and Patty Melfi. If you could raise your hand if you're here and you still wish to make a comment. Our first speaker will be Emily Paul.
Good evening. My name is Emily Paul, President and CEO of the Cape May County Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has been involved with the Ocean Wind Project from its inception and is dedicated to ensuring the success of this new industry as a supplement to and not at the expense of our existing and thriving fishing and tourism sectors. The successful coexistence of these three industries is the ideal, but to see this come to a reality, we must plan for any unforeseen and unintended consequence that could negatively impact any one of these areas. This is why the Chamber is supporting Ørsted's request to ask that BOEM develops a mitigation plan and compensation process that speaks to the very real concerns of our commercial and recreational fishing industries. Cape May County is a unique area where the ecosystem and the economy are firmly intertwined. As such, the Chamber supports renewable energy and any endeavor which seeks to protect and enhance both sides of this rare coin. The Chamber has and will continue to speak up for our commercial and recreational fishing industries, and we urge BOEM to be proactive in ensuring that while we welcome the wind industry to our waters, it is not at the expense of another. This is why we are advocating for an approach to a mitigation and compensation process that is forward-thinking, innovative, and fair to both industries. This is truly an opportunity for BOEM to set a pioneering standard that welcomes the new while not forgetting to protect the existing industry that is not only important for its economic impact, but also for its product. No matter how thorough the planning process, the final outcome always contains unknowns. This is why we ask that as BOEM finalizes its plan, they develop mechanisms for mitigation and compensation that do not create undue hardship, but instead show true support and care for the success and growth of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Jody Stewart. Jody?
Thank you. My name is Jody Stewart, and I am here representing New Jersey Resource Project. I am pro offshore wind. I have lived through 2 floods since moving to the Jersey Shore. The flood of 1992 was more of a nuisance, but had 18 inches of water in my house. And the latest was Superstorm Sandy, where I lost my home. Since then, I have become more aware of the rising waters, and every year it comes up to my door. Storms continue to be more frequent and extreme. My town is a small summer fishing and boating community. The waterfront home, taxes, and Little Egg Harbor are a large part of the ratables in my town. What happens when the waterfront homes no longer exist? There are studies to show that if we do not do something soon, my little community will be underwater by 2050. And I am not willing to have that happen without a fight. My grandchildren deserve to enjoy the same communities I do. I'm originally from Ohio, and moving to the Jersey Shore has given me the opportunity to enjoy the marine life in a way I never would have had the chance to. For the last 40 years of my life, or until Superstorm Sandy, I have worked in the bait, tackle, and marina industry. For years, I've watched the recreational fishing industry, especially the mom and pop marinas, die off. Fishing's not the same as it once was. Regulations may have changed some of it, but the truth is the fish are just not there. Without the fish to catch, more and more fishermen step back and go less. This then affects the small business owner. Bait and tackle shops are hurt financially. Small fishing marinas lose business. I watch as the slips in my local marina go empty. Lack of fish to catch, keep, and I wonder how much longer they can hold on. Turbines may be the answer they're looking for just to save their business. Common sense says building the turbines will give fish a place to live and thrive, which makes me think even more fish to catch, which will hold that industry true for a little while longer. I sit and think what difference I can make in the world, how I can leave my mark. How do I make this a better place to live for generations to come? And it takes me back to a 10-year-old who called me last week and asked why winter vines, and she says winter vines, are going in the ocean. And is this the only solution for a better energy? And as I explained to her the reason I believe in the offshore wind turbine, she says, is this just one part of the puzzle? Yes, it is. One part of a bigger plan to move us into a world that can continue for generations. If a 10-year-old can see that this is the future, why can't adults? Thank you for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is John Gaffoyer. John, you should be able to hit *6 now to unmute yourself. Let's try it one more time. John, you want to try to hit *6 to unmute? All right, John, we're going to keep trying. Let me keep moving on here and we'll circle back to you in just a minute then. Our next commenter is Allison McLeod.
Good evening. Thank you, BOEM, for hosting these public hearings and giving New Jerseyans the opportunity to provide feedback on the Ocean Wind 1 project. My name is Allison McLeod, and I'm the Public Policy Director for the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters, or NJLCV. Our organization works to safeguard clean air, clean water, and high-quality open green spaces for all New Jerseyans. And as part of that work, we're part of New Jersey WindWorks, a diverse coalition working to secure responsibly and sustainably developed offshore wind in New Jersey. NJLCV and our coalition, New Jersey WindWorks, are in full support of the Ocean Wind 1 project. My educational background and degree is in marine science with a biology emphasis. And prior to my work here with NJLCV, I worked for several years offshore in the Gulf of Mexico as a marine mammal monitor. I'm also a lifelong resident of New Jersey. I grew up on Monmouth County's beaches and I went to school on Sandy Hook. Today, my family and I live on the coast of the Raritan Bay Shore. So it's not only professional for me, it's personal. I've seen firsthand the impacts of climate change and devastating flooding on our shorelines and communities. When you literally tear down a neighbor's damaged home from Superstorm Sandy, as I did in 2012, you don't forget it. New Jersey has set an ambitious goal of 7,500 megawatts of offshore wind energy by 2035. Ocean Wind 1 plays a key role in helping the state achieve its goals by providing clean energy, investing in New Jersey, and making the state a key player in the new burgeoning offshore wind industry. Our communities are already at risk, facing the challenges of adapting our infrastructure to fit the climate crisis. And we know that New Jersey is one of the most vulnerable states to sea level rise. Tens of thousands of homes, like my neighbors, will be threatened by flooding and severe weather if we don't fight climate change with the transition to clean energy sources, including offshore wind. In addition to flooding, air pollution has gotten worse. In the American Lung Association's 2020 State of the Air report, New Jersey continues to have some of the most polluted air in the country. 9 counties in New Jersey earned grade F for ground level ozone pollution, or smog. So we must act now to move towards clean energy. New Jersey's pledged to take a responsible approach to offshore wind development, minimizing risks to ocean life, beaches, and our communities. New Jersey's offshore wind goals create opportunities for growing a domestic clean energy workforce and bringing economic development, jobs, and opportunities to vulnerable communities, like the investment in the $250 million, 200-acre New Jersey wind port in Salem County, which is projected to create 1,500 permanent jobs and generate $500 million per year in economic activity. This project will also bring workforce training opportunities and will rely on local businesses for offshore wind development and logistics. The Department of Labor and PSE&G recently announced $1 million investments in clean energy jobs training, which will help more than 2,000 New Jersey residents. And New Jersey's offshore wind requirements include equity provisions, which will require developers to support small women-owned and minority-owned businesses, helping historically disinvested communities, to emphasize diversity and inclusion in hiring New Jerseyans, to leverage state spending in environmental justice communities for jobs, grants, training programs, and other environmental benefit projects, and to participate in workforce development programs. All of these goals can happen with offshore wind, and for these reasons, NJLCV and New Jersey WindWorks fully support Ocean Wind 1 moving forward, and I personally support it as a resident of New Jersey's coast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next 5 commenters are Suzanne Hornick, Ann Poole, Rick Birch, Kristen O'Rourke, and Edward Potosnak. If you're here and still wish to make a comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Our first commenter is Suzanne Hornick. Should be able to click that box to come off mute. Perfect.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, okay. First, I just wanted to respond that New Jersey League of Conservation Voters and WindWorks are organizations supported financially by Ørsted. Therefore, I don't think it's fair that they comment on things particularly that have nothing to do with the EIS, which is why we're all here. Now, this will be my third time commenting, and I want to make sure I don't repeat anything. So I'm just going to go through my notes. This project is not green. It is not clean. It is fully reliant on fossil fuels. It will not stop climate change, and it certainly is not going to stop sea level rise. So I wish people would do a little more research on that before they make that kind of a statement. I am requesting that this project be stopped on behalf of Protect Our Coast NJ, as well as for myself and my home, because I live in Ocean City. If you can't stop it, then I ask that you extend the public comment period for 6 months, because for the layperson, it is impossible to read and digest and fully understand 1,408 pages of data. Basically, it's 1,408 pages of bad news about all that could possibly go wrong. That should be our first clue that this is not a good project. Moreover, what about the monarchs? What about the sturgeons and the other endangered species, some of which have only been brought to light this year or this week in the case of the monarchs? That is not part of the EIS. I did not see, but again, it's a lot for me to digest, that are historically significant shipwrecks, which I believe are going to be damaged by the undersea blasting. Who is protecting them and our coral reefs that we have out there? That I didn't see anything about that in the EIS. I am very unhappy to give control of our coast to a foreign government, namely Denmark. Also, BOEM said last year that 600 feet tall wind turbines 20 miles offshore would produce a dominant visual effect on the coastline. Well, okay, so 900 to 1,050 feet tall, is that going to make it any less? I don't think so. We need to stop. Our endangered species are already being negatively impacted, as are all the denizens of the ocean, by human interaction. We need to cut back on that, not make it worse. This technology is experimental. It's not clean. It's not green. It makes no sense financially or otherwise. We do have technologies that are green and clean. The second thing is, if all right, the lack of the full disclosure, because I don't consider the EIS, I've been left with too many questions. So to me, it's not a full document. Combine that with the rush to act and the removal of our Green Acres granted land in Ocean City and in Long Island State Park. And Governor Murphy taking away our individual communities' rights to home rule, that should be a second clue to just say no. This is a debacle right from the beginning through the end. There's no way these things are going to last in salty seawater for 20 years. I'd be surprised if they lasted 5. Between the hurricane winds, which we know are going to knock them over, lightning that I have seen every year for my entire life bounce across the ocean in a storm, there's no way they're not going to hit these turbines. Then what happens to the oils and lubricants inside, including SF6, which is the most dangerous gas known to man? That they're putting 800 pounds of that in there. The fact that the substations are going to be allowed to dump their human wastewater into the ocean where my children swim, that's disgusting. The fact that this plan is legally allowing them to kill our bald eagles, our national symbol, that's horrific. We're inviting a foreign company onto our shores to kill our national symbol, destroy our tourism and our communities. For what? It's not going to do a thing to help the environment. 98 turbines will do absolutely nothing. This makes no sense, and I asked BOEM to please put a stop to it immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Ann Poole. You should be off mute now, Ann.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I am Ann Poole, President of the Board of Directors of the New Jersey Environmental Lobby, or NJEL. NJEL is a 50-year-old organization headquartered in Trenton. Since its inception, one of NJEL's priorities has been clean air. As data emerged about the causes and effects of global warming, NJEL added that to its priorities for action. NJEL opposes any extension of the comment period for the Ocean Wind DEIS, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, any reduction in the scale of the wind farm. Commenters at this and previous hearings noted an array of project benefits: training programs, engineering, construction, and operating jobs, contracting opportunities for small and disadvantaged businesses, a reduction in the carbon emissions that contribute to sea level rise and catastrophic weather events, relief from pollution in communities that are already overburdened by generating facilities, and better health outcomes for those impacted by polluted air and extreme weather. Rather than focus on what others have already described, I want to address misconceptions that seem to have become attached to this project. One is that Ocean Wind 1 is being rushed through the approval process and that information has not been provided to the public. On the contrary, the state of New Jersey began formal consideration of offshore wind farms over 16 years ago during the Corzine administration. In 2008, the U.S. Department of the Interior held stakeholder workshops to explain the data collection and technology testing that would be conducted in advance of offshore wind energy development. In 2010, already a dozen years ago, the New Jersey legislature passed the Offshore Wind Energy Development Act, OWEDA, to facilitate offshore wind energy development. While development partners and project scopes have changed over the years, developers, regulatory agencies, and nonprofit renewable energy advocates have offered information about proposed wind farms, including on their websites, in conferences, at 9 public scoping meetings before the publication of the DEIS, and with outreach to specific stakeholders, including coastal communities. It is inaccurate to claim that the public has been excluded from participation in this project, or that stakeholder concerns have been dismissed. The DEIS is only an early milestone. The milestones that follow, including numerous permits, are such that initial operation will not begin until at least 2024. In the meantime, the effects of our persistent use of fossil fuels are in full view now, with record-breaking temperatures and wildfires across Europe and North America, and resulting deaths and property losses. While we wait for energy generation with offshore wind, a new fossil fuel plant is proposed for Woodbridge, New Jersey, and pipeline projects have reemerged. Another misconception is that there is insufficient concern about effects of the project on birds and marine creatures. On the contrary, academic institutions and independent researchers have monitored and collected data about wildlife populations and possible negative effects. A variety of mitigation measures have been formulated. There has been particular mention of danger to the North Atlantic right whale. It should be noted that the 3 top risks for the right whale have been identified as entanglement in fishing gear, boat strikes, and the warming ocean. Scientists theorize that the warming ocean is changing the location of the whale's prey and is a factor in the decline in the size of the females, with a resulting decline in birth rate. Slowing the project is not going to help the right whale. As a matter of fact, an example of both job creation and wildlife protection is the recent partnership between Orsted and Stockton University for training protected species observers to monitor the North Atlantic right whale and other species. NJEL asks that BOEM retain the scheduled comment period. We are out of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. John Kerfoyer, thank you for your patience. We're going to go ahead and try this again. You should be able to hit *6 to come off of mute. John, if you have pressed *6, we're still not able to hear you. We'll keep troubleshooting in the background here. We're going to have our next commenter as Rick Birch.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Good evening. You know, last week I spoke about specifically on the topic, that being the DEIS. I made my observations, my comments, my concerns about our need to fight climate change, and took out the excerpt. So I'm not going to repeat that, other than we know that offshore wind is not pragmatic, sensible, or economical solution. Now, I will say this though, and that's about the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. You know, in your website, it says you're an agency responsible for managing development of the nation's offshore resources in an environmentally and economically responsible way. So while the DEIS covers those environmental impacts, the BOEM hasn't addressed the economically responsible way or the economic impact. What do we know about the cost of ocean wind limited liability company, number one? The answer is not much at all. Here's what we know. It's part of the New Jersey Master Energy Plan, which was released in 1/27/20. Ratepayer costs for that plan were scheduled to be released by the end of 2020. After a 2-year delay, the Board of Public Utility finally held its first initial meeting on March 25th of this year. And of course, as of today, that has not been released, and that it'll take over a year. And April 7th, in the Ocean City Sentinel newspaper, 20 Questions for Ørsted, Gabriel Martinez, a media relations manager for Ørsted, when asked about the project cost, stated, Ørsted has never released the project cost. That is a number that comes from the BPU. We as a developer have never stated the project cost. I just wanted to make that clear. There has been some confusion on that previously. That is a number that comes from the BPU. Ørsted has a policy of not discussing its project costs. Ørsted has no plans to release that information. So until the cost analysis is done, we don't have any idea what this is going to cost us. Here's what we do know. We know that Affordable Energy in New Jersey calculated that master plan to cost around $210,000 for a family of 4. The BPU president admitted, we talk about the expenses of clean energy, and I'm not here to tell you it's not expensive. It is. And the BPU order in June 2019, the state said the company projected the cost of transmission upgrades would run from $36 million to $130 million, but could go as high as $174 million. Those costs were not factored into the subsidy that utility customers will pay to Ocean Wind. In March 15, 2022, Financial Times, David Party stated about the offshore wind leases bids that went off for New York, New Jersey. When we refer to those winning bids, what does that $4.4 billion do for the industry? It goes into federal coffers. It doesn't help offshore wind. The price of offshore wind in New Jersey and New York just went up. Developers of offshore wind are forming their wind farms as LLCs, limited liability companies. That formation allows the holding companies, in the case of Ocean Wind, Ørsted of Denmark and Public Service Enterprise Group, a shield from any litigation. The only financial liability those holding companies have is its loss of the invested dollars, not a cent more. So if the LLC is bleeding money, incurs losses greater than liquid assets, they do it on their own. So legally, the holding company bears no financial responsibility at all. Let's look at what happened in an example. That would be Public Service Enterprise Group's nuclear power plant that they had to sell them. They came in April 2019, threatened to close it down. And what happened? New Jersey said, well, we can't have that happen. They approved $300 million in the subsidies. And again, in April 2021, the BPU awarded another $300 million per year for 3 years. That's $900 million paid out of everybody in New Jersey's electricity bill. So to recap, the president of Ørsted has stated costs will go up. The president and BPU has stated it will expensive. The developers felt the need to protect themselves from the unknown by forming LLCs. History has proven that the holding companies will not be hurt when the LLC is a loser. Ratepayers are responsible for bailing them out. And per a spokesman for Ørsted, the cost of Ocean Wind comes from BPU, the same BPU that has to date failed to do a cost analogy of the Master Energy Plan. The cost of Ocean Wind is unknown, and Ørsted has no plans to release that information. To quote the former Rate Council director for New Jersey, Stephanie Brand, I wouldn't buy something if I didn't know what its price is. We need to have these numbers if we're going to make good choices in these days ahead. So I'm asking you to take a step back, put all those agendas and pressures aside and do it the economical, responsible way so we can fight climate change in a sensible, pragmatic, and economical fashion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Edward Potosnak.
Hello, and thank you to BOEM for hosting these public hearings and giving everyone in New Jersey a chance to provide some feedback on the Ocean Wind project. My name is Ed Potosnak, and I'm Executive Director at New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. Our organization works to safeguard clean air, clean water, and high quality open green spaces for every single New Jerseyan by working with elected officials on the local, state, and federal level, including the Murphy administration. And I just want to be crystal clear. The environmental community in New Jersey supports responsibly developed offshore wind to combat climate change. In fact, the greatest threat to our ocean is climate change. New Jersey LCV is part of something that is called New Jersey Wind Works. It's a diverse coalition that works to secure responsibly and sustainably developed offshore wind in New Jersey. We know that climate change is the greatest challenge of our time, and we've already begun to see the impacts through stronger and more frequent storms. We've also seen impacts to our agriculture, our fish industries, and coastal erosion. Sea levels are already rising in New Jersey more than double the global average. We're facing a very real threat of loss of our historic barrier islands, islands that not only are iconic to our state, but also work to protect our mainland. New Jersey LCV fully supports Ocean Wind 1 and believes that this project should not be delayed. Climate change is the greatest existing threat to wildlife, already resulting in 1 million animal and plant species threatened with extinction due to a rapidly changing environment. Since 1970, the US and Canada have lost 3 billion birds due to climate change alone, according to a 2019 study published in Science. Offshore wind power can be developed in a manner that avoids, minimizes, and mitigates the impacts to wildlife and habitat every step of the way. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Further, Ocean Wind 1 will also remove approximately 110 million tons of carbon dioxide during the project's 25+ year lifespan. That's equivalent to removing 21.6 million cars off New Jersey roads. With the recent heat wave, New Jerseyans are already seeing increasingly hotter summers with poorer air quality. Switching from fossil fuels to wind and solar can reduce the risks of asthma, heart disease, and other conditions that threaten our lives and cause billions of dollars in healthcare costs. Additionally, nearly 1 in 4 children in Newark suffer from asthma. That is a preventable condition, which ultimately resulted from burning of fossil fuels. Offshore wind will help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and carbon emissions that worsen the impacts of climate change and these disastrous health impacts. Recently, Tropical Storm Ida, it showed us how absolutely devastating extreme weather events are for the public health of New Jersey. With the number of victims that died of this flooding totaling 30, we must invest in green infrastructure to help protect our families. And I know there are environmental concerns around offshore wind. I'm familiar with those. Any new and evolving industry can present concerns with the well-being of our natural resources, both inland and in our ocean. However, plans to avoid and mitigate any disturbances are part of the process, and we'll make sure that this project will continue to be done responsibly. In regards to economic development, our organization, along with our sister organization in New York LCV, asked Congress to seek a revenue sharing agreement effective for leases executed on or after January 1st of this year for offshore wind leases similar that are provided for GOMESA for qualified oil and gas leases. That would mean revenue from offshore wind leases that are shared with the states could be earmarked and should be for environmental and renewable energy related purposes like energy efficiency programs, workforce development programs for disadvantaged communities, and aid for low and fixed income utility customers, reducing costs associated with renewable energy and electrification, and other environmental purposes related to coastal conservation and restoration. And in line with the Justice 40 initiative and several state policies, at least 40% of this funding should be targeted to low-income individuals within disproportionately impacted existing energy infrastructure that it will ensure that they get meaningful benefits from the clean energy transition. In this way, funds that are received by federal treasury will recirculate to support American jobs across the country, help build energy independence, and protect the rich tradition of ocean economy. Simply put, New Jersey wind works. And I want to thank you for your time and wish you a very good rest of your evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is John Graffoyer. John, we're going to try this again.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Success. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is John Frere. I am a taxpayer and concerned citizen from Deptford, New Jersey. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the potential impacts on the flora and fauna in our ocean's ecosystems. If this project proceeds, I am in favor of alternative E as an ecosystem, to be combined with the proposed action. However, I would like to see a pilot project to test to see if here in New Jersey, actual development aligns with the anticipated impacts of the EIS. My concern is that the draft EIS is too vague and specious on some issues. The EIS seems to only get into detail about commercially valuable species such as game fish and species like lobsters and edible crabs. I am concerned about the whole ecosystem, not just what is considered commercially valuable. I have been a volunteer with New Jersey Fish and Wildlife Endangered and Non-Game Species Program every year since 1993 on the Delaware Bay. Section 3-7 on birds, I would like to see a more thorough, robust discussion on migratory birds which come to New Jersey in the spring, either as a stopover or for refueling or for nesting. New Jersey has conservation programs to prevent many species from going extinct. One bird of particular interest is the red knot. The red knot is federally listed as threatened and endangered by the state of New Jersey. Although the following birds are briefly mentioned, I would like to see a more thorough discussion of the potential impacts to include the following species: red knots, piping plovers, black skimmers, ruddy turnstones, semi-palmated sandpipers, and sanderlings. In the section on invertebrates, the American horseshoe crab is listed. Because of population declines in the horseshoe crab population, there was a total harvesting ban here in New Jersey. Since their eggs are so important as a critical food source for migratory birds, I would like to see a more detailed discussion on the potential impacts of the seafloor cables on horseshoe crab migrations and activity. Concerning marine mammals, I would like to see a more thorough discussion concerning the North Atlantic right whale. Today, there are only about 350 remaining, with fewer than 100 breeding females. Human activities like ship strikes and fishing gear entanglements are driving this species to the brink of extinction. I would like to see a more thorough discussion if the construction and use of these wind turbines will impact current right whale migration routes, and will it alter current shipping routes, thereby making the whales more susceptible to vessel strikes. As a person who raises monarch butterflies for release each year, I would like detailed information on potential impacts for this species. If you have not already done so, you need to develop measures or metrics to quantify the 4-level classification scheme you developed that characterizes the potential beneficial impacts and adverse impacts of alternatives as either negligible, minor, moderate, or major. With such a monumental project, unquantifiable conclusions about impacts are not acceptable. Finally, as a taxpayer, I believe this project should be a ballot issue for New Jerseyans to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next 5 commenters are Richard Lawton, Greg Ramad, Scott Mackey, David Wallace, and Dan Ganolfi. If you're here and you still wish to make a comment, if you could please raise your hand. Our first commenter will be Dan Ganolfi.
Good evening. My name is Dan Ganolfi, and I'm speaking on behalf of Cape May County, the county that will be most impacted by Ocean Wind 1. In addition to the comments made here today, the county will also be providing detailed written comments to BOEM regarding the Ocean Wind 1 project. Since I only have 5 minutes today, I'd like to provide a brief overview of the county's position and highlight major concerns. The county understands the urgency in quickly and drastically reducing the state's reliance on fossil fuels. However, the county finds the breakneck speed and rapid industrialization of our nearshore oceans to be too much, too soon. Currently, nuclear power is the state's largest source of zero-emission electricity. The county is concerned that proven existing sources of electricity generation are being overlooked in favor of offshore wind, which could result in serious consequences for the residents of Cape May County. For example, the Salem Nuclear Power Plant in Cape May County has a nameplate capacity of 2,327 megawatts, more than double the capacity of Ocean Wind 1. In addition, the footprint of this project is less than 500 acres, whereas Ocean Wind 1 industrializes nearly 70,000 acres of open ocean. The county is not opposed to offshore wind, but has major concerns with the process in which it is being developed and the lack of meaningful stakeholder engagement in Cape May County. The vast majority of residents are unaware of this development. Hundreds of fishermen are likely to lose their jobs. Thousands of marine mammals will be harassed, as well as birds and benthic creatures and habitats. In addition, nearly $1 in every $5 spent in New Jersey is spent in Cape May County, with tourism spending totaling almost $7 billion. Tourism accounts for 63% of the county's total jobs, and the industry is already extremely fragile due to natural and man-made disasters. BOEM's mission is to manage the responsible and environmentally friendly development of energy resources on the outer continental shelf. BOEM has stated on record that any agreements made between state and private party are strictly voluntary. Therefore, BOEM's dismissal of alternatives in Appendix C, claiming that the annual energy production would fail to fulfill BPU's solicitation award with the state of New Jersey, is an arbitrary exercise of this administrative authority and is without merit. BOEM has the full authority to require changes and modifications to the project that may result in reduced nameplate capacity. So far, it has shown no will to use that authority. The county is very concerned that BOEM is grossly underestimating impacts to other marine species based on literature from other countries. The location of Ocean Wind 1 project, as well as others in New Jersey, is directly within the migratory path of the North Atlantic right whale. This species has traveled its migratory path for eons without obstruction. In addition, the operational noise generated by the cumulative effects of 98 turbines over 35 or more years will exceed the 120 decibel disturbance threshold determined by the National Marine Fisheries Service, and likely come close to or exceed the level at which onset of hearing loss begins to occur. Studies cited by BOEM of operational noise are of smaller wind arrays and smaller turbines that do not reflect the damage that Ocean Wind 1 will cause. The long-term impacts of electromagnetic fields from transmission cables have not been studied, and recent reports show that benthic creatures such as lobsters and crabs are impaired at birth with deformities that limit mobility. The path of migrating piping plovers and another endangered species is likely to be directly through one or more wind farms as the species flies southwest from Cape Cod to South Jersey. Fishermen are an integral part of South Jersey culture and a vital component of the economy in Cape May County. Fishermen have continued to voice their concerns with Ørsted and BOEM only to be ignored repeatedly, yet BOEM and Ørsted continue to claim that there was intensive stakeholder engagement. Fishermen have been the lifeblood of South Jersey for over 100 years. Throughout the DEIS, BOEM cites major concerns for fisheries and offers no relief for fishermen. Ratepayers across Cape May County will be forced to pay higher costs of electricity due to high costs of offshore wind. Ratepayers may be willing to incur higher costs for clean renewable source of energy, but not at the expense of the fishing industry, tourism, and destroyed ocean viewshed. Cape May County is home to some of the most prized real estate in the country, driven by natural beauty of the ocean, natural resources, preserved open space, and the bountiful seafood stocks that have been enjoyed by residents and tourists for over a century. Beaches in New Jersey are a public asset protected by the public trust doctrine. The beach and the associated views are a public asset that have drawn immense crowds as far north as Quebec and as far west as California. The county requests that the entire array be moved a minimum of 40 miles offshore for the benefit of endangered species and to reduce visual impacts, and that BOEM conduct a holistic, programmatic EIS that accounts for the cumulative effects of all existing and planned offshore wind energies in New Jersey prior to issuing a record of decision, and to use the best available technology in reducing harm to marine mammals, benthic habitats, and birds. In addition, the county requests that BOEM, together with the developer, work to provide impact payments and other forms of reasonable compensation to fishermen, the seafood and tourism industries for the duration of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Richard Lawton.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
My name is Richard Lawton. I'm the Executive Director of the New Jersey Sustainable Business Council. We're a network of companies that are redefining success by demonstrating that it's possible to run a profitable business in ways that are both socially and environmentally responsible within a triple bottom line framework of people, planet, and profit. Through NJSBC, companies are working together to advance a combination of market-driven innovation and policy change, all with the aim of creating a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable economy. And we support the Ocean Wind project as a key step in transitioning to a clean energy economy. On a personal note, though I grew up near the beaches of Southern California, I've grown to love everything about the Jersey Shore, and I've called Point Pleasant Beach home for the past 15 years. I can still remember when I lived in Santa Barbara back in the 1970s, how I had to use paint thinner to scrub the oil off the bottom of my feet after every time I walked on the beach because of an oil rig spill off the coast that happened 7 years earlier. So there's a growing imperative to reduce carbon emissions from the burning of fossil fuels while continuing to meet our energy needs in ways that are more sustainable. Burning fossil fuels is harming public health by increasing rates of asthma and contributing to escalating healthcare costs. Burning fossil fuels contributes to increasing economic and environmental risk and cost associated with climate change. And as a war in Ukraine has shown, our over-reliance on a globally traded non-renewable source of fuel is putting our national security at risk. In 2020, fossil fuels represented 79% of US energy consumption. This level of concentration in an investment portfolio, a company's customer base, or in military assets would be considered excessively risky and even irresponsible. Though happening nearly halfway across the globe, the myriad impacts of the tragic war in Ukraine continue to hit close to home. Record high gas prices and inflation, along with disruptions in the supply chain of critical minerals, fertilizer, and wheat, serve as stark reminders of how geopolitical conflict can inflict harm that ripples throughout all sectors of the world economy. And while the United States is the world's largest oil producer, we're still dependent upon what is a global market. So we're as subject to extreme price fluctuations as anyone else. American-based oil companies are transnational corporations that have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits for their global shareholders, a goal that's not necessarily aligned with the interests of 332 million Americans. But petroleum is not only a fuel, it's also a key material input for many of the products that we still need for our modern world, like tires, asphalt, fertilizer, lubricants, etc. And unlike renewable sources of energy like wind and solar, petroleum is a finite resource. When solar panels convert sunlight or wind turbines convert wind into energy, the supply of sunlight and wind is not diminished. Its future supply is unlimited. However, when Americans use over 20 million barrels of oil every day, that amount of oil is removed from a limited and diminishing stock forever. Given this, it's in our national security interest and in the interest of future generations for us to be more conservative in our use of this limited resource. It would be more prudent for us to reserve petroleum use for those products for which it is uniquely suited, while investing in the technology that enables us to harness alternative sources of domestic energy that are unlimited in their supply. So offshore wind is an overdue addition to America's energy and national security portfolio. In addition to generating renewable energy, the development of offshore wind will help lower carbon emissions that harm human health, while stimulating billions of dollars in economic growth and creating thousands of new jobs in New Jersey. Since offshore wind energy will be produced and used domestically, it will help lessen our dependence on a global supply chain that is increasingly vulnerable to geopolitical instability, supply shortages, and price spikes. Offshore wind will help create a more vibrant and sustainable clean energy economy, while also strengthening our national security. So we believe that all New Jerseyans should support its responsible development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Scott Mackey.
Good evening. This is Scott Mackey, Executive Director of the Garden State Seafood Association. I want to thank BOEM for this opportunity to provide comments on this project, but I do request a 60-day extension of the comment period for this draft EIS. Given the fact that New Jersey fishing industry is facing comments on the fishery mitigation plan and the marine sanctuary, in addition to this, all being due on the same day, it's irresponsible to expect a small industry to provide this type of input at the length of this document and the supporting documents in this time frame. So we do request a 60-day extension. Additionally, we do believe this document has been rushed in its development. Specifically, we're concerned with commercial fishing portions of the document, and we have been combined with the for hire recreational fishing in your analysis. We believe that this undermines the real impact on commercial fishing directly as you look at the no action alternatives and the other alternatives when it comes to impacts on commercial fishing. Specifically, to identify that a moderate to major impact will occur with no action seems irresponsible to the commercial fishermen. We even go so far as to look at table 3.9-4, which is a table that identifies commercial fishing revenue of federally permitted vessels in the Mid-Atlantic and New England fisheries and the level of fishing dependence by port. This table lacks specifically the ports of Atlantic City, of Barnegat Light, and of Sea Isle City in the state of New Jersey. We don't understand why BOEM has not included these major ports, commercial fishing ports, in this analysis. Additionally, when it comes to cabling, we are significantly concerned that 4 to 6 foot goal is insufficient. The State Department of Environmental Protection currently requires a 6 foot maintained cable burial depth for all transatlantic communications cables. Given the high voltage nature of the cables that are being proposed by Ørsted, we would request that at least a 6 foot burial depth be required and maintained for the cabling in this project. Additionally, the length of the cabling is excessive. We believe cabling should minimize the impact on a marine ecosystem by going as directly as possible from these projects to the shore, and then transfer from there to either of the proposed locations. Additionally, we are concerned with the substation and the lack of cooling implications and cooling impact that has not been included in this analysis. Given the potential of 3 substations and a significant water-based cooling system, we believe there could be significant environmental consequences with that analysis. Finally, we do think the entire document does lack any real analysis of the economic implications of the sources of material in the construction of these projects. Specifically, we consider steel, whether it's American sourced, whether it's foreign sourced, the implications from a CO2 standpoint of bringing foreign materials here, and all of the production associated with that. All of these analyses just are lacking in these documents, and we need to look at this wholeheartedly and look at the cumulative effects of the costs and the benefits as we look at the no action and all the other alternatives that are being considered. We will be providing written comments. And again, we do hope to have some additional time to have a more thorough analysis of this. I thank you again for this opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you for your comment. The next commenter is Greg Remote.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Greg Rameau. I'm the Baykeeper and CEO of New York, New Jersey Baykeeper, the citizen guardian of New York, New Jersey harbor waters. And that includes Raritan Bay, which was hit extremely hard by Hurricane Sandy and subsequent storms, all that have been exacerbated by sea level rise. I thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening. Offshore wind is a key component to transitioning New Jersey away from dirty carbon emitting power plants to clean renewable energy. The draft EIS from Ocean Wind 1 is an important step to evaluate the environmental impacts of constructing wind energy in New Jersey and forwarding wind energy in the state. It's important to acknowledge that the production of every energy source has environmental impacts. So every energy choice consists of evaluating potential environmental harm and choosing the forms of energy that have the least impact on environment and wildlife species. New York, New Jersey Baykeeper joins the many who believe that impacts from construction of Ocean Wind 1 and wind energy in general are much less impactful on the environment than the continued over-reliance on fossil fuels, which are at the heart of catastrophic climate change. We all experienced destruction left in the wake of Hurricane Sandy and Ida. We know that climate change, sea level rise, and greater storm intensities are here, and they're not slowing down. So we must move quickly to limit carbon emissions. We're way behind the curve on that. We must minimize impacts to fish, wildlife, and benthic habitat. And this requires taking steps to increase renewable energy and recognizing that the no action alternative is not an option for a state that is among the most vulnerable to rising seas. We're past the point of thinking small. We need clean, renewable energy to protect our shoreline communities and ecosystems. The benefits of moving forward with wind energy far outweigh the alternatives, and again, including the alternative doing nothing. For decades, conservationists have called for the creation of alternative energy sources like wind. That's been the warning that we've been ringing for decades, and now it's here, and the opportunity to move forward with wind is here, and we should do so. The development of wind energy in the United States has lagged miserably. We have no more time to waste burning and relying on fossil fuel. We need to move forward with wind energy quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to read the names of our next 5 commenters. If you're here and you still wish to make a comment, please go ahead and raise your hand when you hear your name. David Pringle, Tim Coughlin, James Mahoney, Marie Benz, and Jack McCausland. Our first speaker will be Tim Coughlin.
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Tim Coughlin, I have no affiliation, but I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak and the chance to review this document. I'd also like to say up front that I'm supportive of any clean energy solution that's implemented in a sensitive manner. However, in my opinion, the environmental impact report for the Ocean Wind project should be revised in several key areas, specifically related to viewshed and the impact on the economic future of the region. To be specific, sections 3.10, 0.11, 0.12, 0.18, and 0.20 in the draft report significantly understate the negative impact of the project and its alternatives on the local beach communities. It also dramatically overstates the negative impact of the no project scenario. The EIR often refers to a University of Delaware study, Parsons and Firestone 2018, when assessing the impacts of the offshore windmill farms at varying distances on beach tourism. Based on this 2018 paper, the environmental report utilizes a 15-mile distance as a common distance of support for the decisions reached within the draft report. This Parsons 2018 study found that windmills 15 miles from the viewer would only have a negligible impact on the businesses dependent on recreation and tourism activity. However, citing these data is a significant error of the draft report. The flaw lies in the fact that the 2018 Parsons and Firestone's paper was based on imaging of 150-meter windmills at different distances and assessing their impact on beachgoer behavior. In fact, almost all the studies cited in this document were primarily completed with windmills that are approximately half the size of the ones proposed for Ocean Wind. The Ocean Wind proposals for windmills are almost double the size, approaching 300 meters. Therefore, the conclusions reached should utilize different data points, which are readily available in these same papers. The formula is very simple. The apparent height of an object on the horizon is equal to the actual height divided by the distance. Said another way, the 300-meter windmill viewed from 15 miles appears approximately the same size as a 150-meter windmill viewed at 7.5 miles. Using that same Parsons and Firestone's 2018 paper, there's a radically different outcome when you account for a 300-meter windmill, 15 miles from shore. No longer would Ocean Wind have a negligible impact on business. In this case, the 2018 Parsons report states that 38% of respondents said their experience would be worse, and it further estimated that Ocean Wind would result in a 20% trip reduction to impacted communities. Again, this data is all available in that 2018 report. Another peer-reviewed and published paper from the University of Manchester, published in Marine Policy Journal in 2017, paints a very dire picture. That paper states that 36% of respondents said they would not visit a beach where windmills were in the viewshed. In fact, 63% said they would not come to a beach as often or at all. Still another further study, also peer-reviewed and published and cited by Parsons and Firestone, Lutz Zeyer et al. 2017 found that 55% of existing customers would not re-rent the most recent vacation property if wind turbines were placed offshore. These impacts bleed over into the economic and societal impacts as recreation and tourism are the primary drivers of the economy along the Jersey Shore, with scenery playing a vital role in drawing in tourist dollars. In Cape May County alone, over 60% of the employment is related to tourism. The location and size of this project will have a devastating impact on the seasonal tourism of the Jersey Shore and employment in the area. This reduction in trips and related tourism dollars would irreparably harm the tourist community of the Jersey Shore, where employment is primarily dependent on tourism. Based on these scientific papers alone, already cited in the report, the negative impact to Ocean City, New Jersey alone would be well over $100 million annually if the current installation moves forward. The EIR also spent a lot of time focusing on fishing and boating tourists, which is a small fraction of the tourist dollars and economy of the Jersey Shore. It should spend as much time or more on beach-going tourists for the main drivers of the local economy. In section 3.10, cultural resources, 3.12, environmental justice were also impacted by the direct visual and economic impact of the installation. As proposed, will have a direct impact on the state's largest seaside African-American population in Atlantic City. Personally, I find it ironic and sad that Atlantic City has dealt the brunt of the impact. It harkens back to 65 years ago in the construction of the interstate system, which ripped apart historically Black communities. I respectfully request that the written draft report be amended to reflect the true impact of the 300-meter windmills, as shown in the multiple scientific papers already referenced in the document. The summary of the impacts for section 3.10, 11, 12, 18, and 20 should be revised to show the true major negative impacts. Visualization should include the nighttime visualization, and the report should also identify the FAA radius for the ADLS activation. And I see only two potential solutions: decrease the size of the windmills and move them further out to sea. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is David Pringle.
Hi, thank you. Again, my name is David Pringle. I'm representing Clean Water Action, which is a national environmental group with a strong presence here in New Jersey. I'm also on the steering committee of Empower New Jersey, and I'm on Cranford, New Jersey's Environmental Commission and Green Team. I'm a lifelong New Jersey resident, Cranford specifically. Through my entire life is I can't imagine my life and memories without the Jersey Shore. Frequent day tripper to Island Beach State Park, Asbury Park, Seaside, Sandy Hook. I've spent many an overnight and weekends and weeks in Long Beach Island, Ocean Beach, Normandy Beach, Atlantic City, Cape May. My family on three sides lives very close to the Block Island Wind Farm. The longest family member has a bungalow at Weekapaug. In fact, I proposed to my wife there and we got married up there. That bungalow and the beach at Weekapaug is closer to that wind farm than anybody would see on mainland New Jersey for the wind farm proposal here. And I've taken a tour of that wind farm. It is awesome. I have been under the blades in a boat. I have driven by many an offshore scenic wind, or not offshore, scenic land wind farm in Pennsylvania and in Malaga, Spain. They're beautiful, they're awesome, and I am excited about this project. Why am I excited? Because it is replacing the nation's oldest and most dangerous nuclear plant, Oyster Creek, on and destroying Barnegat Bay. It is replacing and repurposing the incredibly dirty BL England coal plant on and destroying Great Egg Harbor Bay. That is incredible. We should be celebrating this and figuring out how to set it up for success, not worrying about lots of mistruths. I heard somebody say something about dumping human waste that their children swim in. Clean Water Action was founded to implement the Clean Water Act. Nothing should be further from the truth. So I hope and I am sure that BOEM will be doing a truth squad as they move through this comment process to separate fact from fiction. And this is desperately needed. We are in a climate emergency. The president says so. The governor says so. More importantly, it's the overwhelming scientific consensus. It's practically unanimity that we have to reduce greenhouse gases 50% by 2030. Why? Look at the temperature and the thermometer in the last week here in New Jersey. Look at the property damage done by Sandy. The 30 people killed by Ida in New Jersey alone. The sunny day flooding that's happening all across New Jersey. In Ocean City alone, we're flooding on sunny day flooding 24 times a year, 6 times more than the 1960s. We need to wake up. Ocean City should be celebrating this wind farm, and many people are doing that in Ocean City, notwithstanding some of the comments you've heard tonight. Incredibly, this isn't just the economic solution, it's the environmental and public health one, because it's not only reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but all of the incredibly damaging co-pollutants that are killing people every day from asthma and respiratory and cardiac disease and cancer. We have to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Yes, and before we talk about offshore wind, we need to do conservation and efficiency and demand response and smart meters and microgrids and distributed generation. And we have to do all of them. And we're not doing all of them nearly enough. If we do all of them perfectly, we're still going to need electrons. And there is no better option in New Jersey than offshore wind. If it's not offshore wind, what is it? Lots of folks are saying, oh, I don't want them here or there, but they say they want to fight climate change. Really? How are you going to do that? Where are you going to do it? Whose backyard? And in this case, we're not talking about anybody's backyard. We're talking 15, 20, 25 miles offshore. So let's get real here, folks, and let's remember who is really the most vulnerable on this. Overburdened communities and environmental justice communities that are breathing the dirty air that we all benefit from, because people like to have their air conditioning at 68 in the summer and they like to have their heat on at 72 in the winter. So look in the mirror, folks, before you start talking about what you do or don't want 15 miles offshore. And we need to have an even playing field. People are talking about, you know, the rightfully so, we need to make sure that we site these wind turbines appropriately, given the birds and the whales and the reptiles and other threatened and endangered species. But let's hold everybody to the same standard. Borgata buildings and the mirror buildings like that kill more birds than any individual turbine do, but we're not complaining about them.
Thank you for your comment. Our next
you.
commenter is Jack McCausland. Should have received that message to come off of mute. You can just click the button there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jack McCausland. I am the Water Outreach Specialist at Pinelands Preservation Alliance and will be speaking on behalf of Pinelands Preservation Alliance. Pinelands Preservation Alliance encourages the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, the NJ Department of Environmental Protection, and the developer of Ocean Wind 1 to be candid about the risks to the environment posed by horizontal directional drilling. We would like to see improved mitigation efforts in relation to the inadvertent returns that will occur during the construction of Ocean Wind 1. These inadvertent returns often occur in loose sandy soils, as indicated in a fall 2021 report released by the NJ Department of Environmental Protection. We have seen drill fluid leak from natural gas pipeline projects in the Pinelands in recent years using the horizontal directional drilling method, causing harm to natural ecosystems within the Pinelands, such as wetlands, with 13 failures documented during drilling. Inadvertent returns will almost certainly occur during the construction of Ocean Wind 1. We would like to see a more accurate representation of the risks posed by the practice of horizontal directional drilling in the final environmental impact statement. And we would like to see more innovative techniques to avoid these risks posed by the technique of HDD to the wetlands and the natural environment overall more than what is currently in the draft environmental impact statement. Pinelands Preservation Alliance supports the environmentally responsible development of wind energy off the coast of New Jersey and believes that it will provide many benefits to the environment, economy, and our national security. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next 5 commenters are Randy Rothmel, Jason Crane, Ed Nieblock, Paul Eidman, and Karen Chilak. If you're here and you still wish to speak, please raise your hand. Our first commenter will be Paul Eidman.
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. My name is Paul Eidman. I'm a fishing charter boat owner operator in New Jersey. And because of climate change, ocean water temperatures have been rising for decades. Warmer water is forcing our game fish and other marine creatures to move eastward and northward into deeper and colder waters. In addition to warming waters, the Atlantic is becoming more acidic as higher carbon dioxide is changing the pH of the seawater. This affects our herring, striped bass, and lobsters. In fact, lobster studies have even shown that acidification is causing them to have increased vulnerability due to dull senses, and predators are taking full advantage of this. Fortunately, there is something we can do to slow down the dangers of seawater warming and acidification. The prospect of clean energy has arrived in the form of offshore wind generating renewable electricity. The Ocean Winds project is one of the first to be completed in New Jersey. And at the foundation of many of these generators will be an 80-foot diameter radius of football-sized granite rocks. So each one turbine at a time. The day these turbines are installed will be the birthday of an individual artificial reef, which are all being built in barren areas. In a matter of months, mussels and other invertebrates will colonize the new structure, and in turn, forage fish, game fish, and predators of all kinds will flock to this newly formed reef system. What is currently barren seafloor will be converted into a coast-wide, massive artificial reef system that will run down the East Coast. We will witness a fish factory growing in front of our eyes, creating a vital habitat that's both home and nursery for fish production. Both recreational and commercial fishermen will directly benefit from these new reefs in the very near future. Recreational anglers recognize the benefits of how clean energy from offshore wind power can help put the brakes on the climate-related damage done to game fish species. With full access to every structure, we are excited about the potential, not only that the structures will hold the fish longer along our coast, but to enhance the predictability and potential catches of bottom fish like summer flounder, black sea bass, tog, cod, and more. Bluefish and all types of tuna, bonito, mahi-mahi, they will all congregate and feed further up the tower. One fact that we cannot ignore is that continuing to burn coal, fuel oil, and natural gas for electric power at the current rate will ruin our oceans and the creatures in it. Climate change is an undeniable threat to recreational fishing. Looking at the many ways responsibly developed offshore wind power will improve the ocean, we are hopeful that it will benefit fisheries production sustainably for generations to come. Pollution-free energy from offshore wind turbines offers us a solution that can help to slow down some of the most serious issues facing all fishermen. Offshore wind power has the potential to enhance and bring new life to our coastal ecosystems and economy if we just give it a chance. The consequences of inaction and doing nothing are severe. And as fishermen, we urge BOEM to move forward with these projects without delay. Thank you again for this opportunity to add my comment.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter will be Randy Rothmel.
Thank you very much. My name is Randy Rothmel, a project director at the Association of New Jersey Environmental Commissions, a 50-year-old statewide organization that provides leadership, education, and support for environmental commissions and other local boards and public officials, and partners with other organizations to advocate for strong state and regional environmental policy. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our time, and our future depends on fighting it head on. We see these impacts in a very real way along the New Jersey coast, from rising sea levels, stronger storms, impact to marine life, and the erosion of our beaches and threats to shore towns. In 2020, Governor Murphy outlined a comprehensive strategy to reduce New Jersey's carbon emissions by 45% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. One of the key components of his plan is to accelerate the rollout of renewable energy, which includes offshore wind. Studies have shown that offshore wind could reduce greenhouse gas emission in the US by 13% by 2050. Each wind project can generate more than 1,000 megawatts of electricity annually, enough to power over 500,000 homes and replace one gas-fired power plant. While gas-fired power plants endanger human health by releasing methane, fine particulate matter, ozone-producing nitrogen dioxide, and carcinogenic volatile organic compounds, wind turbines would lower total air pollution and carbon dioxide emissions, weaning us away from burning fossil fuels for energy. This is why ANJAC fully supports the responsible siting of offshore wind. It will not only help reduce our massive carbon footprint, but it also represents economic opportunities as well as community benefits. The Ocean Wind 1 project has real potential to drive both New Jersey's and the nation's clean energy future and will contribute significantly to the state's renewable energy goals. This project is a culmination of exhaustive studies and analysis by scientific experts, relevant federal and state agencies, as well as extensive public consultation and collaboration with local communities. The majority of the impacts of Ocean Wind 1 is highlighted in the draft environmental impact statement are determined to have negligible to moderate adverse environmental impacts on birds, bats, coastal habitat, fauna, marine life, and water quality. Siting these turbines 15 miles from shore will minimize the potential bird impacts, and research has shown that wind turbine structures have beneficial impacts on the seafloor habitat and fish communities by creating artificial reefs, as already previously mentioned. ANJAC understands the environmental concerns of offshore wind on our natural resources, both in and out of the ocean. Ongoing engagement, education, and outreach, combined with plans to avoid and mitigate any disturbances, are part of the process, and we have full confidence in the plan set forth. ANJAC is also supportive of future consideration of BOEM's proposed alternative E to minimize the impacts of submerged aquatic vegetation by altering the export cable route, and or alternative D, reducing the number of turbines in the sand ridge trough habitat zone because of its biological significance for benthic communities and for migrating and spawning fish species, with, of course, the contingency of using some larger turbines to compensate for any reduced energy production. Continued monitoring of this project, both during construction and while operating the turbines, will be essential to determine the success and understanding the impacts to marine life so that they can be mitigated to the maximum extent. Offshore wind is critical to the future of our national security, environment, and economic recovery. As New Jersey's first offshore wind farm, Ocean One will play a critical role in helping to further establish a domestic offshore and wind industry, realizing the environmental and economic benefits of this rapidly emerging industry. We here at ANJAC urge the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to stick to the public schedule for Ocean Wind and make this project a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Jason Crane.
Good evening, and thank you to BOEM for this opportunity. My name is Jason Crane, a lifelong resident of New Jersey, and I'm the Director of Development for the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. Our organization works to safeguard clean air, clean water, and open green spaces for every single New Jerseyan. Our organization is also part of several diverse coalitions, including our offshore wind coalition called New Jersey Windworks, which works with various other environmental groups to secure responsibly and sustainably developed offshore wind in New Jersey with our many partners, some of whom are on this call today. First, I want to state New Jersey LCV and our coalition, New Jersey Windworks, and its members are fully supportive of the Ocean Wind 1 project and offshore wind in New Jersey. We feel that climate change is the greatest challenge of our time, and our future depends on fighting it head on. New Jersey without the shore would be unthinkable. Whether you call it home or simply a place to relax and visit, the Jersey Shore is unique, special, and crucial to New Jersey's identity and overall economy. I want it to continue to be a destination for my children and future grandchildren to enjoy and reap the benefits of the New Jersey coast. Offshore wind energy will help keep it that by fighting the effects of climate change that includes such severe weather events such as storms, flooding, and poor air quality that seek to threaten health, safety, and property across the Jersey Shore. New Jersey is among 5 states with the most property value threatened by rising sea levels. In fact, sea level is rising 2 times faster on average in New Jersey than anywhere else along the East Coast. Critics of offshore wind energy need to think again. They have mistakenly claimed that proposed offshore wind projects threaten the shore, yet the biggest threat comes from the devastation already occurring from climate change, destruction that clean, renewable offshore wind energy will help to mitigate. If we want to preserve the Jersey Shore for future generations, offshore wind energy is that pathway forward. Additionally, offshore wind farms are located far enough from the coastline, at least 9 miles out, and with this project, about 15 to 20 miles, that if they are visible at all, the impact to the viewshed will be minimal at most. The lights still used at night will only be visible to airplanes and boats, but not to the people on shore. The issue isn't that turbines might be seen from the shore. The real issue is, unless New Jersey acts to combat the climate crisis now, flooding from rising sea levels and continually increasing severe weather will end the shore's beauty and value as we know it. Lastly, I want to thank BOEM for allowing members of the New Jersey public to voice their concerns on the project. The draft EIS from Ocean Wind 1 is an important point in the process for developing offshore wind in New Jersey, and this step represents another key moment for technical experts and community members to evaluate the draft offshore wind proposal from Ørsted. I want to restate that, of course, nothing is finalized yet, and the environmental justice leaders, labor organizations, environmentalists, community groups, and all stakeholders have an opportunity to comment to ensure that the agency considers and responds to their comments and concerns. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you for your comment. The next 5 speakers' names have been posted into the chat. They are Don Guardian, Robin Schaefer, Bridget Karich, Edward Fenimore, and Joan Marie Ebert. If you're here and still wish to speak, please raise your hand. The first speaker will be Don Guardian.
My name is Don Guardian, the Assemblyman for New Jersey 2nd Legislative District. Ørsted's Ocean Wind 1 project will directly affect the people, environment, and economy of the 7 towns I represent in Atlantic County. As a member of both the Assembly's Environmental and Infrastructure Committees, we have investigated multiple methods for harnessing the underutilized energy sources all around us. And I'm excited to report that researchers in our state are pioneering the exploration into ocean waves, solar, geo-exchange, mini nuclear reactors, hydrogen fuel cells, and now offshore wind energy. I know this because I've seen firsthand this technology being developed and even participated in a transatlantic exchange to Germany, where I was able to visit an EEW monopile factory, as well as several wind farms. Ocean Wind 1 will deliver positive results for Atlantic County. 1,100 megawatts will be generated per hour that before was just blowing by us at a time South Jersey families are feeling the crunch of rising energy costs. Not only will having the world's premier offshore wind farm in our backyard diminish our carbon output, it'll also decrease our reliance on foreign fuel. Ørsted has made a commitment to hire local and hire union. During turbine manufacturing, construction, and maintenance, over 1,000 jobs will be created, with over 90% coming from the domestic building trades. Ørsted has also demonstrated their seriousness in fostering new programs at local schools. Atlantic Cape Community College is investing millions into a new wind safety training facility that'll offer certifications to aspiring technicians. And even Egg Harbor Township High School is developing a pre-apprenticeship program for wind energy that'll ready the next generation for the careers of tomorrow. The Port of Paulsboro will see new life as the first monopile manufacturing facility in the Western Hemisphere. Power plants located in Upper Township and Forked River, where the electricity from the turbines will enter the grid, are being turned back online after years of obsolescence. And a vacant commercial lot in Bungalow Park in Atlantic City will be transformed into Ørsted's maintenance hub. Can the turbines withstand hurricane wind force? Well, based on BOEM's research, they can confirm that these monopiles have been tested to hold up against the 50 to 100-year storms. Are we concerned about the cables? Well, they're going to be buried 50 feet under the beach and 6 feet under the seafloor to protect them from incidental disruptions. The visibility from shore, Ørsted has been responsive and decided to develop 15 miles from the shore after hearing public concerns about visibility. Based on the findings in BOEM's DEIS, I believe 2 issues remain which Ørsted is working with stakeholders to help resolve or minimize. Marine species may face a minimal to moderate impact, which Ørsted has already committed to monitoring and studying through a partnership with Stockton universities. And there are species that use echolocations that may also be affected by the turbine's installation. And I encourage BOEM officials to consult and work with organizations like the National Wildlife Foundation, which has offered some solutions. Some commercial fishermen also stand to have their usual operations altered. Ørsted will help ease any transition strain by implementing a navigational safety fund and a gear loss program. I urge BOEM to create a loss mitigation strategy that accounts for any harm to our historic South Jersey fishing fleet. The Ocean Wind 1 project has spent 5 years in the public light, with many of the initial concerns accounted for in the proposal that we now see. By 2025, Ørsted will have contributed $700 million to our state's economy while helping to revitalize South Jersey's manufacturing sector. It is for these reasons that I look forward to working with Ørsted and with other stakeholders on the future development of Ocean Wind 1, and I thank you for this opportunity to express my support.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Joan Marie Ebert.
Well, thank you. This would be the 3rd call that I've been on. And surprisingly, only very few Ocean City residents or any residents from these coastal communities have spoken. And that is because the public is unaware. Through these calls, we've heard all sorts of testimony from Ørsted's partners in the project, those that are going to benefit economically. We've heard from lobbyists, and we've heard from union members and all those that are getting some sort of economic benefit. But we have not heard from Ocean City residents. We have not heard from the homeowners of Ocean City residents. And that is because around 70% of the homeowners in Ocean City, New Jersey are absentee homeowners, and they are not aware. So during my 5 minutes here, I'd like to just address 2 concerns. One is that the lack of public notice to absentee homeowners and the industrialization of the ocean view and impact to South Jersey tourism. In a prior call, I had asked how BOEM had notified residents of the public comment period and of Ocean One project in general. And the response was social media posts on BOEM's social media channels, which I don't know why any layperson would just randomly go to BOEM social media channels. Press release issued by BOEM. Again, if it's not picked up by a major media outlet, again, it's not going to reach anybody. Notices in the Star Ledger, which is a Newark published distributed paper, which is North Jersey, not South Jersey. Asbury Park Press, again, a paper in North Jersey. It's become evident to me that any real means to notify absentee homeowners in these South Jersey communities, such as Ocean City, have been avoided. I have gotten letters in the mail to notify me in Ocean City if a house is being torn down for new construction, yet not an email, not a letter, nothing about this project. So unfortunately, the absentee homeowners in Ocean City, New Jersey do not know what's going on. Additionally, since becoming aware a few weeks ago, I've approached many neighbors, and they also too have had no knowledge of the project. Most people, as I said, speaking on the call, are with organizations who are economically benefiting from Ørsted. Many declare they live in a New Jersey coastal community, yet many are living in North Jersey, areas where their coastal communities will not lose their coastal view or be impacted directly. I am not opposed to wind energy. I am not denying a climate change issue, but what I am opposed to is an aggressive, fast-tracked wind farm planned 15 miles off the coast that will desecrate the ocean view and destroy tourism in South Jersey beach communities. Ørsted is quite capable of building similar projects, a similar wind farm, farther from coast. In fact, Hornsea 1 and 2, which are built by Ørsted off the coast of England, are 55 miles off the coast of England and 75 miles off the coast of England, clearly out of ocean view, coastal view, and clearly not an impact to the coastal communities. Why would we not demand that Ørsted do the same for us? Why would we allow a Danish corporation to steamroll over our coastal communities? The lease area for Ocean Wind 1 was determined in 2009. At that time, wind turbines were half the size of what has been proposed for this project. Yet the lease area has not been reconfigured further from the coast to account for the changes in visual impact with these massive 900-foot turbines. The Fairway lease area planned for 12 miles off the coast of the Hamptons was actually determined by BOEM to be too close. Ocean City, New Jersey is the hottest vacation home market in the United States. Over 70% of mortgages are vacation homes. Those vacation homes serve as rentals for millions who have visited Ocean City, New Jersey's beaches and rated it the #1 beach in New Jersey. In a North Carolina State University study in 2016, which surveyed people who had recently rented houses on the coast of North Carolina, 54% surveyed told researchers they would not rent a vacation home if offshore wind turbines were in view at all, no matter how large a discount they were offered. After listening to these calls, I've heard testimony from many, again, who Ørsted is providing economic benefits.
Thank you for your comment. I just want to remind everyone, if you do have additional comments you'd like to make, please feel free to use one of the other methods to provide them via the website or to provide them via US mail. Thank you. The next 5 commenters are Artie Krybeck, Raymond Cantor, Mike Laughlin, Lynn Shambach, and Jen Giovanniello. We'll start with our first commenter, Artie Krybeck.
Great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Artie Krybeck. I'm the Director of Democracy Organizing for New Jersey Working Families Party. New Jersey Working Families is a grassroots independent political organization fighting for a government that represents the needs and values of working families, which includes mitigating effects of climate change, especially for the most vulnerable. I'm also a trained scientist, former elected official, council member in Glen Rock, New Jersey, and a parent. And all of those facets have contributed to my speaking here in support of the offshore Ocean Wind 1 project. Personally, our family loves the shore, and Island Beach State Park is a special jewel, which happens to be our family's favorite place down the shore. Wanted to thank BOEM for this opportunity for public comment. This is an important step in the development of Ocean Wind 1, and it's critical that you gather input and feedback from New Jerseyans. We're in dire need of substantially increased investment in renewable energy in New Jersey and in the US in general. Anyone trying to survive this past week or two with the record high temperatures can attest to the need for more energy. And if we're going to slow down the effects of climate change, we need to urgently invest in renewable energy. Given that New Jersey and our coastline is especially vulnerable to the extreme consequences of climate change, Ocean Wind project is of critical importance. The biggest threat to the Jersey Shore and to humanity is climate change. Ocean Wind 1, along with other substantial clean energy investments, will help protect our shores and hopefully generations of our children. Ocean Wind 1 plans to reuse infrastructure from previous retired coal and diesel power plants, which is efficient. New Jersey has pledged to take a responsible approach to offshore wind development that minimizes risk to ocean life, beaches, and communities. We need to remain mindful of and ensure diminished impacts on marine vegetation, fish, and marine mammals. From the analysis shown, however, at the outset, the number and size of turbines proposed and the distance from shore seem to have minimal adverse impact while generating the energy we desperately need, or the clean energy we desperately need. Due to the visibility issue, Ocean Wind 1 will be located far enough away from the coastline at 15 miles that if the wind turbines are visible at all, the impact to the view will be minimal. In addition, construction of Ocean Wind 1, along with other offshore wind projects, poise New Jersey to be the regional hub for offshore wind. The economic benefits are enormous. Average wind farm off the coast of New Jersey shore is expected to generate 4,300 jobs and add $702 million to the state economy. Ocean Wind, a project off of South Jersey shore that will power more than 500,000 homes, will create over 4,000 jobs over the project's 25-year lifespan. We support that the jobs that are created be fulfilled by union tradespeople in New Jersey. We also strongly support that New Jersey's offshore wind requirements include equity provisions and accountability requiring developers to provide training and support for and prioritize small, women-owned and minority-owned businesses, and help historically disinvested communities to thrive. We support that they prioritize workforce development benefits for environmental justice, which include economic development plans that emphasize diversity and inclusion initiatives, plan state spending to support environmental justice communities through jobs, grants, training programs, as well as participation in workforce development programs, all of which should be underscored with robust reporting, transparency, and accountability measures. In sum, we support investment in Ocean Wind 1. We hope this project moves forward expeditiously, as well as other renewable energy investments, and strongly support basing these initiatives on economic and environmental justice components with strong accountability and transparency measures to ensure requirements are met. Climate change is the greatest existential threat we face, and it's far past time we come together to protect our shores, our environment, and our future in an equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Raymond Cantor.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Cantor. I am a Vice President of Government Affairs with the New Jersey Business and Industry Association. NJBIA is the state's largest business association, representing businesses from the largest corporations to our local mom and pop businesses. Our members are both the producers of energy. We represent many, or we call as members, many of the state's utilities, and we represent the users of that energy as well. We tend to take a balanced interest in our positions, and we fully recognize and are concerned with any impacts of projects, including rates. We take that very seriously. In weighing all the pros and cons, we are in support of the Ocean Wind 1 project, and we are in support for 3 reasons. This project will help us meet our energy needs. It'll help us meet our clean energy goals, and we are especially encouraged by the economic benefits and the jobs that this project will create. We recognize that the Atlantic coast offers some of the most promising conditions in the world for offshore wind, and we believe that the wind industry can be very successful here in New Jersey and in the Mid-Atlantic. We are very excited to see this new industry begin here in New Jersey. Our state's goals of 7,500 megawatts of offshore wind will be a good first step in meeting our clean energy goals. But we cannot just meet those goals, alone unless we move forward first with this project. We will note as well that the draft environmental impacts statement notes that there will be a notable and measurable benefits that would not exist on the no action alternative is chosen. The DEIS also notes the tremendous economic impact the offshore wind industry will have on the region, both short-term construction and longer-term operations. Ocean Wind 1 has already significantly invested in New Jersey, including at New Jersey's first offshore wind manufacturing facility at Paulsboro Marine Terminal. and they have made a commitment to utilize New Jersey Windport. Ocean Wind has committed in-state to spend nearly $700 million, and they are committed to employing local New Jersey-based union workers. For those reasons, we support this project. We do, however, have concerns about the impacts to the commercial fishing industry. Commercial fishing is vital to New Jersey's economy and to our way of life as a coastal state. The DEIS notes that there will be material impacts to this industry. It also notes that some project design changes have already been made and that mitigation can be effective in offsetting those impacts. More must be done to ensure that mitigation takes place. For this reason, NJBIA believes that the federal government must continue working with both the wind and commercial fishing industries to ensure that a mitigation plan to compensate the commercial fishing industry is in place. In conclusion, we support the Ocean Wind project. We do so because it will help us meet our energy needs, it will help us meet our clean ocean goals, and it will help bring good paying jobs and economic vitality to the state of New Jersey. However, as we mentioned, we do need to address the issues of commercial fishing and the impacts, and we encourage the federal government to continue its efforts to find a workable solution for mitigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Mike Laughlin.
Good evening. My name is Mike Laughlin. As president of the Atlantic and Cape May County Building Trades Council and a member of District Council 21 of the IUPAT, I'm speaking on behalf of its 10,000 members and thousands of contractors. As a lifelong building trades member, I support offshore wind. A large-scale utility development like offshore wind will not only help reduce our carbon footprint, but will also mean a tremendous amount of economic opportunity in the form of jobs and community benefits. The building trades and its members are prepared for this moment. We urge approvals to be expedited as quickly as possible in order to get the men and women in the building trades to work building our clean energy future. I strongly believe we should not have to choose between a good job and a clean environment. We can have both. The Ocean Wind 1 project is an opportunity to not only drive the nation's clean energy future here in New Jersey, but also create quality, family-sustaining union jobs at the same time. I urge that the permitting process moves forward with Ocean One's project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Jen Giovanniello.
Good evening, and thank you to BOEM for hosting these public hearings and giving everyone in New Jersey the opportunity to provide feedback on the Ocean Wind 1 project. My name is Jen Giovanniello, and I am a development assistant at the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. I am also a lifelong resident of New Jersey. I've grown up going to the Jersey Shore, and that experience has built my appreciation for the outdoors and passion for environmental issues from a young age. Our organization, New Jersey LCV, works to safeguard clean air, clean water, and high-quality open green spaces for every single New Jerseyan by working with elected officials on the local, state, and federal levels, including the Murphy administration. As part of that work, New Jersey LCV is part of New Jersey WindWorks, a broad coalition that works with its many partners to secure responsibly and sustainably developed offshore wind in New Jersey. I want to state that New Jersey LCV fully supports Ocean Wind 1 and believes that there should be no delays to this project as we face the immediate threat of climate change now. Wind energy is clean energy. It doesn't pollute the air like coal, gas, oil, and other fossil fuels. We know the leading driver of climate change is fossil fuels, which emit things like nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide, all of which are very harmful to our public health. Climate change has also caused sea level rise, ocean acidification, and extreme weather events unlike what we've seen in past generations. Wind turbines do not give off emissions that pollute our air and water. Wind turbines replace electricity generation from fossil fuels, lowering the total air pollution and carbon dioxide emissions. Studies show the US could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by up to 13% annually by 2050 with the investment of wind energy. Each offshore wind project can generate more than 1,000 megawatts of electricity annually. enough to power over 500,000 homes and replace one gas-fired power plant. Ørsted's planned Ocean Wind 1 offshore wind project, being developed jointly with PSEG, is the first wind farm in the state and represents a massive commitment to a greener, cleaner energy future here in New Jersey, ensuring that offshore wind and energy and marine life thrive together. Ocean Wind 1 will ultimately remove 110 million tons of CO2 during the project's 25-plus year lifespan. That's the equivalent of removing 21.6 million cars off of New Jersey roads. This is why we must act now for the investment in New Jersey's future. Projects at this scale should not be feared but welcomed as the threat of climate change grows daily. Thank you for your time, and New Jersey LCV will be submitting formal public comments.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Lynn Schambach.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Schambach. I am a lifelong resident of the Jersey Shore. There are decades worth of physical evidence and data regarding worldwide destruction and negative health impacts caused by climate change. I believe almost everyone commenting on this project agrees that climate change is the global catastrophic crisis that it is, affecting all populations and every species on the planet. I support offshore wind energy development. I am, however, very concerned relative to the lack of investigation and data of the over 1 million acre area in the New York Bight waters from Montauk to Cape May for this industrial scale development. This test area equates to over 1,562 square miles, roughly the size of Rhode Island, of ocean floor in the lease area off New Jersey's coast. Currently, there are only 2 operational utility scale offshore wind farms in the U.S. Block Island with 5 turbines and Coastal Virginia Wind, a pilot project with 2 turbines. It seems somewhat preposterous to compare the scope and magnitude of Ocean Wind 1 with the other 2 U.S. projects. Ocean Wind 1 involves 98 turbines, 3 offshore substations, and 2 onshore substations in different locations. In the time I had to read through some of the information provided for Ocean Wind 1, some red flags were obvious to me. Page 4 of the Construction and Operations Plan, COP, states that Ocean Wind LLC has marked each appendix in this COP, which contains privileged and confidential material, with the legend, contains confidential information and requests that BOEM and each federal and state agency to which a copy of this COP is provided withhold these designated materials from public disclosure. The designated materials are deemed confident because they contain trade secrets and/or commercial or financial information. Some of the confidential appendices exempt from public scrutiny relate to the Emergency Response Plan, the Safety Management System, the Marine Site Investigation Report, the Air Quality Analysis, and Munitions and Explosives of Concern and Unexploded Ordnance Supplemental Information. It appears we the people trying to be responsible stewards of the environment are being denied public discourse regarding important plans, reports, analyses, and assessments relative to the development of Ocean Wind 1. There's such little data for this type of development on the Atlantic Outer Continental Shelf as evidenced by language in the COP. This language includes statements such as, quote, because U.S. offshore wind development is in its infancy, unquote, quote, analysis of incomplete or unavailable information, unquote, quote, overall costs for research are either exorbitant or means to obtain it are unknown, unquote, quote, there is a lack of research on the long-term effects of noise and responses of large whale species to extensive networks of new structures due to the novelty of this type of development on the Atlantic Outer Continental Shelf. With over 1,562 square miles of ocean floor on the Atlantic Outer Continental Shelf already leased for offshore wind development, it is evident that the U.S. is charging ahead without sufficient research and data for development of this scope and magnitude. Precedents will be set with the development of the first project that will easily pave the way for other applications and projects in this area. Offshore wind development off New Jersey's coast must be done correctly from the very first project. The novelty of this type of development, the rapid pace for development, protection of commercial interests, lack of research and data, and minimal time to read and prepare comments on the information submitted by Ørsted to BOEM are problematic. I therefore respectfully request BOEM to extend the comment period to 60 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The names of our next 5 commenters have been posted into the chat. They include Indigo Williams, Peter First, Dottie Reynolds, Brick Wenzel, and Sally Barbato. If you're here and still wish to speak this evening, please raise your hand. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Indigo Williams.
Hello, my name is Indigo Williams and I'm an Operations Associate for New Jersey Legal Conservation Voters. Our organization is a part of several diverse coalitions, including our offshore wind coalition called New Jersey WindWorks, which works to secure responsibly and sustainably developed offshore wind in New Jersey with our many partners, some of whom are on this call today. I want to state New Jersey LCV and our coalition, New Jersey WindWorks, is fully supportive of Ocean Wind 1 and offshore wind in New Jersey. Our organization also works overall to safeguard clean air, clean water, and open green spaces for every single New Jerseyan. Moving on, the placement of wind energy areas, WEAs, which are the envelopes that contain offshore wind farms, which are highly regulated by the federal government Department of Interior's Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. BOEM. Once BOEM has designed a WEA, it is an 8 to 10 year process for a developer to secure the 30-year lease of the site, go through an extensive federal and state permitting process, then finally build the turbines and connect them with power cables to the onshore grid. At the conclusion of a wind farm's operation, turbines are decommissioned, removed from the ocean, and recycled. Extensive research is currently ongoing to determine the best practices for recycling decommissioned turbines, as well as utilizing recycled materials for manufacturing turbines. Offshore wind projects undergo extensive environmental reviews from the state and federal government to protect existing marine populations, including whale populations that live off our shores. Extensive measures are taken before, during, and after the installation of offshore wind farms to ensure that the ocean environment is protected so that wildlife can thrive. Further, offshore wind turbines are placed in areas where there is minimal bird activity. Offshore wind project siting considers years of studies of migratory bird routes to minimize risk. Hundreds of North American bird species are believed to be facing extinction due to climate change. However, transitioning from fossil fuels to clean energy resources is the most important step we can take to save wildlife populations, including bird species. The single largest threat to ocean life and the whale and bird populations is climate change, and we can't wait a moment longer. Ocean Wind 1 is the product to help us achieve our clean energy goals and make significant strides towards combating climate change. And lastly, I just want to thank the BOEM for organizing this event tonight for the public to voice their concerns and support. The draft EIS from Ocean Wind 1 is an important point in the process, and we appreciate the time and effort it takes to get this essential project right. No project will ever be perfect, and there's always going to be reasons and excuses not to try something new, but as a colleague said, we can't let fear of change stop us from trying. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Brick Wenzel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. My name is Brick Wenzel. I am a New Jersey commercial fisherman. As a participant in the at-sea industrial energy development in the United States, I am requesting a 60-day extension on the comment period. The term responsible development speaks to the need for a comment period respectful to the complexity of the 1,400-page document. As stated by enough commenters, a 60-day extension has been requested and should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The names of our next 5 commenters have been posted into the chat. They include Marcia Benovio, Anthony Capicio, Alfonso Guari, Keith Clemmer, and Kathleen Keating. If you're here and still wish to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Anthony Capicio. should be off mute now. Sometimes there's that tricky double mute where you are muted on your headset or your computer in addition to having been muted through Zoom. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute, Anthony, and we'll circle back to you in just a moment here. Our next speaker then will be Alfonso Gawari.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alfonso Guaraji. I am a business agent of Laborers Local 172. That is the Laborers International Union of North America. And I oversee work in the southernmost counties of New Jersey. That includes Cape May, Ocean, and Atlantic counties. I have been with the Local 172 for over 22 years and have experience in all types of heavy and general construction and utility infrastructure installation. I am here tonight to support the Ørsted PSE&G Ocean Wind 1 project. I agree with what has been said about environmental benefits that the clean energy from this project will mean to our state. That is reason enough to support this project. But I would like to focus on an aspect of this project that makes it very special, and that is that Ørsted has signed an agreement that all of this work will be built union. Further, they recently announced a project labor agreement to construct the company's U.S. offshore wind farms, including Ocean Wind 1, with an American union workforce. This is very real for members of Laborers Local 172. Ørsted is constructing its operation and maintenance facility in Atlantic City. One of our signatory contractors is involved in this project, and laborers, along with other trades, will be involved. All of the project components will mean a tremendous amount of economic opportunity in the form of jobs and community benefits. We have been preparing for this moment for a very long time. We urge approvals to be as expeditiously as possible in order to get the men and women in our local and all of the building trades to work, building the clean energy future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter will be Keith Klemmer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh, we have a bit of an echo there.
Give me 1 second. Is that better?
Still getting an echo. Sometimes that
There?
happens if you have both the computer on and a headset on. Try again, Keith, and if not, we'll let you work solutioning from your side and we can move on to it.
Is that better?
That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Hey, good evening. My name is Keith Klemmer. I am also a business agent of Laborers Local 172. I live in South Jersey and oversee work in various counties throughout South Jersey. I've been with Local 172 for over 39 years and have experience in all types of heavy and general construction and utility infrastructure installation. I'm here tonight to support the Ørsted Ocean Wind 1 project. I think this project will create clean energy and that this will help our state address the challenge of climate change. I hope that you will move this project forward to final approval. I would like to talk about our work and what this project will mean for our union. The project involves construction of 2 onshore substations and installation of 2 transmission cables making landfall in Ocean and Cape May counties. Each of these cables will run a few miles to connect to the substations. This trenching work is work that laborers have been specially trained for, and we have done this work with our utility partners and their contractors for decades. I strongly believe that Americans should not have to choose between a good job and a clean environment. We can and must have both. The Ocean Wind 1 project is an opportunity to not only drive the nation's clean energy future, but also create quality, family-sustaining union jobs at the same time. I'd like to urge BOEM to move forward with this Ocean Winds 1 permitting process. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter, we're going to come back to Anthony Capiccio. Anthony, you should be receiving a message to come off of mute now. It's a little pop-up box.
How about now?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. My name is Anthony Capaccio. I am the president business manager for Labor's Local 172 and a 45-year member. Our union is 3,000 members strong and work throughout the 9 counties of South Jersey. We build all forms of energy infrastructure, including wind, all toward the end of furthering economic development in our state. I am here tonight to express our strong support for the Orsted PSE&G Ocean Wind 1 project. Further, we wish to support BOEM proceeding with the draft environmental impact statement and continuing its review process to final approval. We saw most of the environmental impacts of this review in the minor to moderate range, and we do not support the no action alternative in the DEIS. As you heard, 2 of my business agents spoke on the work we're already performing related to this new industry and the work that will come as part of the approval of this project. The job creation and direct and indirect positive economic impact in our region and state is significant. We are, through our experience and ongoing training, ready to meet the challenge of building out this new industry. We believe the environmental and economic benefits are there, but we need BOEM support to move this forward. There are 2 other points not related to job creation that I'd like to make. First, any analysis of how New Jersey families and businesses currently heat and cool their homes will show that the renewable sources of solar and wind play a minor and no role respectively at this present time. We are aware of the need for a transition to cleaner energy sources in the coming decades to combat global warming. But this transition will never occur unless the commitment is made now to develop renewable and clean wind energy. Projects like Ocean Wind 1 embody this commitment and must proceed as soon as possible. Second, New Jersey and the wind development companies partnering with New Jersey are going about this in the right way, we believe. Ocean Wind 1 is not a single project isolated and alone in its pursuit. It is part of a New Jersey wind energy plan that involves development of a first of its kind wind port, a monopile production facility, energy operations, and distribution facilities and the like. Approval of this project will not only result in the development of clean energy megawatts, but it will create an East Coast resource that will help BOEM and many states in meeting clean energy goals. That being said, we urge you to move this DEIS process forward. We are ready, willing, and able to go to work. We want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important matter tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The name of our next 5 commenters has been dropped into the chat. We have Amy Hansen, Stephen Slutsky, Anjuli Ramos, David Bex, and Deborah Wellings. If you're here and still wish to speak, please raise your hand. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Anjuli Ramos.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you, BOEM, for this public hearing and opportunity to provide feedback on the Ocean Wind 1 project. My name is Anjuli Ramos, and I'm the New Jersey State Director for the Sierra Club. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral comments. New Jersey Sierra Club will be additionally providing written comments. The Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest environmental group, represents close to over 80,000 members and supporters in New Jersey, and 3.8 million members nationwide. I would like to start by stating that generally, the Sierra Club strongly supports the development of renewable energy sources that further decarbonize our energy systems, as well as providing us with the energy independence that we urgently need so that we detach from the volatile and geopolitical fossil fuel industry. Additionally, and most importantly for today, New Jersey Sierra Club strongly supports the development of environmentally responsibly sited offshore wind that provides the opportunity for equitable job opportunities. Overall, the development of environmentally responsible sited offshore wind is not just a step in the right direction, but one that it's necessary in order for New Jersey to meet its climate emission reduction goals, as well as for the entire country to meet its climate goals under the Biden administration. Many have already stated how New Jersey suffers from bad air quality and how our health, particularly our vulnerable populations like children, are severely impacted. New Jersey may no longer have coal power plants. However, there is plenty of natural gas power plants, refineries, and many other industrial facilities that rely on the combustion of fossil fuels. Additionally, and overwhelmingly, to serve our power needs, power plants are located in communities of color here in New Jersey, unfair sacrifice zones that are directly a result of environmental racism and must be urgently corrected. New Jersey needs to move away from the fossil fuel dependence for the sake of our environment and health. With offshore wind farms, Delaware, New Jersey, and other mid-Atlantic states will no longer need to rely on fossil fuel for their power. Instead, they will transition to clean and renewable wind energy, drastically reducing state carbon emissions and cleaning the air in the communities most affected by pollution. In terms of some of the wildlife issues that have been previously raised, climate change is actually the greatest existing threat to wildlife. 1 million animal and plant species are threatened with extinction due to our rapidly changing environment. We see this in all of our ecosystems, in our forests, our water bodies, and most definitely in our oceans. In terms of the visibility issue, offshore wind farms are located far enough from the coastline, at least 9 miles out and usually 15 to 20 miles. That if they are visible at all, the impact to the view will be minimal. The lights they'll use at night will be visible to airplanes and boats, but not to the people on shore. The issue that the turbines might be seen from the shore, sorry, I apologize. The issue isn't that the turbines might be seen from the shore. The real issue is that unless New Jersey acts on climate change now, flooding and rising sea levels and continually increasing severe weather will end the shore's beauty and value as we all know it. Offshore wind has the capacity to produce 2 times the amount of electricity in the United States consumed in 2019, and 90% of 2050 projections if we electrify our buildings, transportation systems, and industry. And it is estimated that the offshore wind industry in the US will create 83,000 jobs and deliver $25 billion in annual economic impact by 2030. Not moving forward with the development of such powerful source of renewable energy would be a huge missed opportunity. If done in an environmentally responsible way, the development of offshore wind is one of the most significant opportunities to finally move into the future, leave fossil fuels behind, and finally deliver to our future generations a safe, resilient, and sustainable country. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. The names of our next 5 commenters have been dropped into the chat. Auntie Bergman, Mayor John Peterson, Ray Nichols, Charles Walkenuk, and Christine Clark. These are the last group of speakers that had pre-registered to speak. So after we work our way through these speakers, I will open up the phone lines to others who have decided they would like to make a comment. Our first speaker will be Ray Nichols.
Good evening, and thank you for providing this opportunity for me to speak. Get my notes in order here. First comment is that you have heard from many people requesting at least 60-day extension to the comment period. We've discovered that there are a number of shortcomings to the draft EIS and would like to provide more time, like others have indicated, to see that this project is as environmentally neutral or beneficial as possible. Things can be constructed and be great, but the environmental impacts are frequently long-term and irreversible. So please take your time now, the way the Europeans believe in a doing what's preventable, studying what's preventable before proceeding on a massive scale. Okay, I'm with the Unitarian Universalist Faith Action of New Jersey. We are a collection of all 22 congregations in the state, representing many people for the purpose of espousing our value system, which includes recognition of the interdependent web of all existence of which we as people are a part. We also have respect for all people, regardless of their socioeconomic status. We recognize that climate is a very real threat, more real to many of the people in New Jersey than in other states. We are greatly in favor of green infrastructure, such as wind-powered turbines. We support NEPA. Personally, I've been an environmentalist since 1970 when NEPA was passed. So I'm familiar with it a little bit. And I think it's one of the most important environmental laws our country has produced when it is properly implemented. As an organization composed primarily of volunteers, we work in partnership with many other environmental and social justice advocacy organizations, many of which have spoken this evening. We support the comments by the reps of these other organizations, especially, again, more time to review this draft EIS that's 1,400 pages long. We note that the Army Corps of Engineers has just extended its comment period by 30 days, and they have a relatively limited role in the review of this project compared with BOEM. Let's recognize that Ørsted is based in Europe, and the European Union has what's called the precautionary principle, which means let's take due precautions before we proceed full speed ahead. The residents of Toms River are still suffering from the impacts left by another large European company, Ciba-Geigy, decades after Ciba-Geigy left the area. One of the best ideas I heard tonight is a reduction in the scope of the first offshore wind project in New Jersey so that its impacts can be studied in situ. NEPA allows for impacts assessment on a qualitative scale rather than a quantitative scale, and that has been done with this EIS. Its categories are negligible, minor, moderate, or major. Given the lack of studies of the New Jersey coast, which is distinctive from coasts in other states in many ways, the environmentally responsible way to proceed would be a pilot project much smaller than what is now being proposed. This project, even if built out at full scale, would not solve New Jersey's problems. So let's take the time and do it right, because it will become a model for other projects. Specific impacts involve birds. Death of a bird can't be replaced. The coastal habitat can minimize impacts can occur by directional drilling if it's studied, the location of drilling is studied first. I realize I'm running out of time. Last but not least, inspect but verify, trust but verify. Boy Scouts say be prepared. I ask you to be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I want to read out the group of the last set of callers that had pre-registered, just to make sure if you are here and you wish to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. The commenters here are Auntie Bergman, Mayor John Peterson, Charles Walkenick, and Christine Clark. Our next speaker will be Mayor John Peterson.
Yes, am I unmuted?
You are unmuted.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity. My name is John A. Peterson, Jr. I'm the mayor of the borough of Seaside Park in Ocean County. My first comment is a procedural one, and I would fully support those who have spoken before me who have respectfully requested that BOEM conduct or issue rather a 60-day extension during which the public could comment. This is a 1,400-page document, and it is far too complex, far too vast an issue to take lightly. And this is an insufficient time period, I believe, for the public and for any and all other interested parties, including but not limited to municipalities, to comment upon something of vast ramifications for the future of the New Jersey shore as well as our state. Secondly, I disagree with what has been characterized as a all too bifurcated, separated approach. There are numerous wind farm projects all being conducted and applied for simultaneously, yet the review process itself is all too comfortable a bureaucratic model, and it looks only at one particular project on a given time period, including but not limited to that project, which is a subject matter of this hearing. Cumulative impacts, comprehensive peer-reviewed research about those cumulative impacts are what are clearly called for, and that has not occurred in this particular project. And I say that because of the fact that there are indeed 25 different projects, leased areas for offshore wind off the New York, New Jersey coastline. I also fully support those that have commented previously as to the urgent need for a pilot project. And that is the means by which peer-reviewed science should look at the impacts, and those impacts are many. Those impacts are not just noise, but they are economic, which is part of the overall scope of review of BOEM itself. And in this regard, I find that the review process itself has really been woefully inadequate as to the economic impact. And I say that to the commercial, the recreational fishing industry, as well as tourism, as well as the economic impact, which this particular draft EIS has not even begun to quantify. And that is the value of species themselves, the value of our ocean ecosystem, our ocean environment, and what has always been a part of the United States, not just New Jersey's cultural, historic, and environmental history. That is being shortchanged in a project whereby the bureaucracy and those with agendas have invested into what has now become a juggernaut of leaving behind all the interests. Those interests are many. Endangered species are only some. They've been mentioned here this evening. I fully support the comments placed on the record early on by the Clean Ocean Action Organization. And I regret that when you stand up and raise simple questions as to this vast investment of time, energy, which will become self-fulfilling in and of itself, when you just raise a question, it's almost as if you've questioned mom and apple pie and the very future of our country. Such is not the case. And I will point to what is clear as well, that there is no equation, there's nothing on the record which would indicate or equate this project, if it moves forward, with addressing or stopping sea level rise. It's simply not present. It's not demonstrated from a scientific standpoint or otherwise. And I certainly thank you for the opportunity to have spoken this night and this evening, and I will support my comments further in writing. And I'm just fearful that there is an agenda driving this whole project, driving this whole process. And unfortunately, that agenda does not include the ocean. And in closing, how could anyone ever equate the value of a species which could be threatened forever? And that is the right whale. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter will be Auntie Bergman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Auntie Bergman, and my comments today are on behalf of the Business Network for Offshore Wind. The Business Network for Offshore Wind is the largest nonprofit organization solely focused on the development of the offshore wind industry and its supply chain. Since 2013, the network has brought together businesses and government, both domestically and internationally, to educate and prepare companies and small businesses to enter the offshore wind market. The network brings together global developers, policymakers, academia, and leading experts, and uses the voice of its members to educate and support federal, state, and local policies to advance development of the U.S. offshore wind industry. The network empowers its members with education, tools, and connections necessary to participate in this booming industry, an industry that provides a practical solution to climate change and creates well-paying jobs. The construction of the Ocean Wind 1 project will have substantial positive impacts upon New Jersey. First, the development of this project, along with other projects like Atlantic Shores, signals the beginning of a wholesale shift in New Jersey's electricity supply. As of 2020, nuclear power and natural gas generation have made up 90% of the total electricity net generation in New Jersey. With an overall capacity of 1,100 megawatts, Ocean Wind 1's annual production will be enough to power 500,000 New Jersey homes and fulfill nearly 15% of New Jersey's overall offshore wind goal of 7,500 megawatts by 2035. Ocean Wind 1 is a quintessential piece of New Jersey's overall clean energy endeavors, as New Jersey's 2019 Energy Master Plan concluded that the state's lowest cost pathway to meeting its 2050 decarbonization goals will require nearly 11 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity. Moreover, Ocean Wind 1 alone will bring close to $1.2 billion in local economic benefits to the state of New Jersey and initiate several significant investments that will develop the U.S. offshore wind supply chain. Clean energy is the biggest job creator across America's energy sector, and the offshore wind industry presents workforce development opportunities throughout the domestic supply chain, ranging from manufacturing, assembly, installation operations, and maintenance, as the project will create over 4,000 jobs throughout its lifetime. New Jersey union tradespeople, as well as the state's college students earning high-quality credentials in this field, have the skills to develop and support this infrastructure. These benefits are possible because offshore wind energy is clean energy. It does not pollute the air and our oceans the way coal, gas, oil, and other fossil fuels do. New Jersey in particular is vulnerable to the catastrophic impacts of climate change given its long, flat coastline and susceptibility to frequent residential floodings, as well as its urban centers driving higher temperatures. Harnessing offshore wind in New Jersey will displace greenhouse gases and carbon emissions, transition New Jersey from a reliance on fossil fuels that worsen the impact of climate change, and ultimately help to protect the Jersey Shore from impending impacts of extreme weather events. Transitioning away from fossil fuels to offshore wind power will also improve air quality and thus reduce risks of asthma, heart disease, and other conditions threatening lives and causing billions of dollars in healthcare costs. We must act now to prevent the effects of climate change from worsening generation after generation by continuing to advance development of offshore wind in New Jersey. BOEM's publication of the draft EIS for Ocean Wind 1, the first draft EIS published under the Biden administration, is yet another demonstration of the administration's clear interest in advancing U.S. offshore wind industry. The network is a proud partner of BOEM and looks forward to continuing this positive partnership as the U.S. offshore wind industry advances. The network supports BOEM's deliberate consideration and commitment to environment protection, including during the development of the draft EIS for Ocean Wind 1, and encourages BOEM's advancement of Ocean Wind 1 through the federal permitting process so that it can commence operations and avoid delays. By meeting permitting and project timelines, BOEM will foster greater certainty in the U.S. offshore wind market, driving investment decisions that benefit New Jersey residents and businesses, and help ensure the U.S. keeps pace in the fast-growing offshore wind supply chain. In this way, BOEM directly advances the Biden administration's goal of deploying 30 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030. The United States is not in a vacuum. However, offshore wind is experiencing exponential growth globally. To help states and the nation achieve our collective goal, the development of a robust domestic supply chain is absolutely necessary. Further development of the New Jersey coast and further engagement across the nation will help build the supply chain and in the process benefit residents of each state actively pursuing offshore wind. The Business Network for Offshore Wind thanks the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and we look forward to continuing to work together to grow the U.S. offshore wind industry and its supply chain. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. The next commenter is Christine Clark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you about this project today. I wanted to express my enthusiastic support for forward movement on the Ocean Wind project without delay. I was present at BOEM hearings a few years ago in which we were discussing these projects, and BOEM representatives themselves had said that they disagreed with the conservative estimates that said that the United States has 4 times its national energy needs in untapped offshore wind off its coasts. They thought it was closer to 10 or 11 times. Ocean Wind is an important project to prove that and move us forward. If New Jersey becomes the Atlantic Coast hub for clean solar and wind energy, our state also becomes a more desirable place for businesses to thrive, for young professionals to live, work, play, and raise their families. And we're poised to do it with ideal conditions for powering those turbines. We're really excited about the prospect of this project moving forward. I was present for the governor's signing of Executive Order 92, asking for 7,500 megawatts of clean wind energy by 2035, and was present for the groundbreaking at the New Jersey Wind Port, which promises through project labor agreements to hire at least 15% of their workers from underserved and environmentally, at-risk communities. And it's from that perspective that we need to consider how important this project is, not only for New Jersey's economy, for supporting fishing as the base of wind turbines become homes for mollusks. Block Island, which is serving as a pilot project now, has proven that out. I would highly recommend to anyone who is suggesting that we need a pilot project to go visit and talk to boat captains about the boom in tourism and about how great the fishing is there. But this project is going to do amazing things for our state's economy, for the towns along the coastline that will see a boost in tourism, that will see support of their local businesses, that will see a booming fishing industry. I also want to take a moment to call out some of what's happening in these hearings. Bearing in mind that Shell's former climate plan suggested that half of their fossil fuel operations should still be in operation by 2070, and knowing that the New Jersey Science Report and New Jersey's estimations of what could happen in our energy master plan talk about how we're facing 1 foot of sea level rise by 2030, 2 feet by 2050, and so on, which would be catastrophic for our coastlines, our transportation systems, human life, and more. We really need to take with a grain of salt some of the comments that we're hearing in these discussions. For every person who would save a child, there's someone who would hurt one. For every person who would throw out roadside trash or clean up roadside trash, there's someone who would throw it. For every person that returns a shopping cart, there's someone who leaves it in the middle of a space. And that's the kind of commentary that we're hearing from folks who are calling for delays of the project without having read the EIS, and yet are calling it insufficient. At this point, we're seeing fossil fuel companies reach for any excuse that they can find to stop the forward movement of operations that might harm their profits and their bottom line. If suddenly becoming advocates for birds helps them make sure that we don't get turbines in the water until 2025 or 2030 or later, that is what they will do. They will talk about how endangered the birds are while omitting the fact that fossil fuel plants and nuclear plants kill more birds than wind turbines ever have. They will talk about how important it is to protect our marine life from this project, while offshore oil spills have decimated marine life at levels that are unprecedented and continue to pollute ocean communities. We will see reaches for procedure, for process, for delay, for public commentary. We will see appeals to the innocence of simply asking questions. And all of this is a coordinated strategy to make sure that we don't succeed in moving projects like Ocean Wind 1 forward. I think it's an imperative, a moral imperative for the time we live in. As a mother of 4 children, including children with asthma, as someone concerned with the world we're going to leave to them, that we move forward on this project without delay and work to eliminate red tape, not add it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Those are all the folks who had pre-registered to make a comment today. If you're on the line, but you hadn't pre-registered and you would now like to make a comment, I'd ask that you please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your Zoom platform. Or if you called in by phone, you can dial *9, and that'll indicate that you want to raise your hand to make a comment this evening. So give folks just a minute to make a decision as to whether they'd like to provide a comment this evening. So at this point, I don't see any additional hands raised to provide public comments. As we've discussed previously, you can also submit your comments through regulations.gov or through the US mail by August 8th. I see, and by August 8th. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. And when we return, the BOEM representatives will provide answers to the clarifying questions that were typed into the question and answer box during today's meeting. Oh, and I apologize, Ronald, I do see your hand up. We will go ahead and send you a message so you can come off mute and provide your comment. And following that, we will go ahead and take that 5-minute break and begin our our question and answer session. You should be able to come off mute now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reverend Ronald Tuff. I'm representing Green Faith International, as well as New Jersey Black Issues Convention, which I am the second vice president, and also the Newark Ministers Conference. We heartily support this project, but we're hoping that this will allow the low and moderate and minority community to have access not only to these green jobs, but also have access to training and have access to the union jobs, to be access into the unions, as well as being certified, because most of these jobs that are associated with this project, you have to be certified or have some type of education. And hopefully this will be open to the low and moderate and minority community in order to get in the unions and to be trained and to get the certifications. Once again, we support it, but we're hoping that the low and moderate and minority community be accessed into the unions, and hopefully this project will go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. James DeSaland, I see that you have, you're interested in making a comment. I just wanted to confirm, did you call in by Zoom or, there we go, I see you there. We're gonna go ahead and unmute you. You should go ahead and get a pop-up box. There we go.
Hello, my name is Jim D'Alessandro, and I have lived in the Atlantic County community for 71 years. I'm an avid boater, fisherman, and certified scuba diver. I boat the GE Inlet daily. BOEM has canceled the Hamptons project and cited adverse visual impact to their scenic watershed that will destroy their ocean view. Billionaires shut down this project, and at the very least, on the behalf of my neighbors in South Jersey, I myself do not want to look at this industrial menagerie. I've seen images on your visual impact statement, and in every direction, there is water in my community in Atlantic County, starting at the Brigantine National Wildlife Refuge, the beaches, the bays, and yes, our backyards. We will be able to see this contrary to what has been said tonight in your visual impact statement. People have been misled. At least we expect you to push this offshore so our beautiful scenic ocean views are not compromised. 9 to 15 miles is not acceptable. Of course, I am also concerned about migratory marine life, birds, whales, the economy, including tourism, rentals, and fisheries. You must either stop this, as you did in the Hamptons, or push this back 40 miles out to sea to eradicate any adverse visual impact. Based on your visual impact study and images provided, we know 15 miles is insufficient. People have been misinformed that 15 miles with gigantic 900-foot by 700-foot steel structures will be visible, as the AC skyline from 16 miles away already is seen when boating. Thank you for your attention in allowing me to comment, and I'm requesting a 60-day extension. I conclude by quoting the narrator of the developers on your YouTube video, and I quote, "Sit back, feel the ocean breezes, watch the turbines spin." We do not want to watch the turbines spin. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. At this point, I don't see any other hands raised. So we will go ahead and take a 5-minute break. When we return, the BOEM representatives will provide answers to the clarifying questions that had been typed previously into the question and answer box during today's meeting. So at this point, we are not taking any additional clarifying questions, and the BOEM subject matter experts will respond to the previously submitted questions when we return from our break. We'll go ahead and break now, and we will return at 8:39 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for rejoining us. We'll go ahead and get started with the question and answer session. As a reminder, we'll be reviewing the questions and answers that were, or the questions that were posted through the question and answer box earlier. At this point, we are not accepting any new questions. These are just addressing the questions that were raised during the meeting today. So the first question I have is for Lisa Landers. Lisa, there's a question from Kathleen Keating, and the question is, please state the statutory authority for BOEM's requirement that comments cannot be submitted anonymously. Please confirm that persons submitting comments do not need to provide an address.
Thanks, Pam. I just wanted to reintroduce myself in case anyone missed it earlier. Lisa Landers, I'm the environmental coordinator for the Ocean Wind 1 project. And thank you, Kathleen, for raising those concerns. I'm going to note that BOEM does not consider anonymous comments. The name of the person submitting the comments must be provided in order for BOEM to consider their comments. This requirement is stated in the Federal Register Notice of Availability for the DEIS. I do want to note that BOEM does not require that the person submitting comments provide their address.
Thank you for clarifying that, Lisa. The next question I have for you is from William Cook. And the question is, when will Ørsted share its cost analysis for construction of Ocean Wind 1 and Ocean Wind 2? Cape May County formally requests this information.
Sure, and thank you for these questions. I do want to note in this response did come from Ocean Wind LLC that I'll be providing to you. The cost analysis associated with the Ocean Wind 1 project constitutes commercial and financial information that is privileged and confidential. As such, Ocean Wind 1 does not expect to share this information publicly.
Thank you, Lisa. The last question I have for you is from Rick Birch. And the question is, who will monitor and what mitigation has been done, and who will monitor what mitigation will be done and how will it be completed?
Sure. Thank you, Rick, for this question. I want to point out that the Ocean Wind 1 DEIS in Appendix H of the DEIS provides a comprehensive list of mitigation measures and monitoring that is committed by Ocean Wind LLC, as well as those mitigation measures and monitoring that are proposed by BOEM and other cooperating agencies. The record of decision for the project will identify adopted measures and describe the specific terms and conditions of these measures. And should BOEM approve the Ocean Wind 1 COP, these and other potential conditions will be included as conditions of the COP approval. BOEM and other enforcing agencies would track these conditions of approval over the life of the project in the manner specified in the condition itself. We have recently issued COP approvals for the South Fork and Vineyard Wind 1 projects, and those COP approvals are available on BOEM's website, and we'll go ahead and post the web addresses for those documents in the chat. Thank you, Jenna.
Great, thanks, Lisa. The next 5 questions I have are for Will Waskis. And Will, the first question is from Jacqueline Walling. The question is, how do we know beaches will not be eroded?
Hi, Jacqueline. As was noted, my name is Will Waskis. I am one of the project coordinators working on the Ocean Wind project. So for your question regarding beach erosion, so the turbines are in a water depth and a distance from shore that is really outside of the primary sediment transport area that's going to affect beaches and cause beach erosion. So another concern you may have, not necessarily from the turbines, but is the cables coming to shore. So in those proposed cable landing installation methods involve directional drilling. So they'll be going deep underneath the beach before coming up on the other side. So that really limits any potential for erosion on the beach from them as well. So, and there are quite a few other fiber optic cables that come to shore along the New Jersey coast. And there hasn't been, as kind of analogous, any erosional issues that have been created or have been documented from those either.
Great, thank you, Will. The next question also for you is from Joan Marie Ebert. And the question is, by removing the wind turbines closest to the shore in one of the alternatives, how many miles from the coast would the first row of wind turbines be?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Joan Marie. So their alternative B has 2 sub-alternatives. So there is a B1 and a B2. They're both intended to address visual impacts. So B1, so that would place the closest WTG at roughly 16.1 miles, that's statute miles, from the shoreline, and B2 would put the closest one 16.9 from the shoreline. So Appendix M contains a table of not only that alternative, but all the alternatives and their distance from shore, not only from the shoreline, but also from other KOPs along the coast. So I would refer you to look at that. If you're interested in kind of actual visual simulations from those locations, I would point you to Appendix M3, which is entitled Simulations of Action Alternatives. So, and it contains, again, those simulations from several KOPs for specifically that B1 and B2, but you'll also see it from others.
Great, thanks, Will. The next question is from Barry Siscoli. Did I hear correctly that the offshore cable will cross Barnegat Bay at a depth of 4 feet? Given the shallowness of Barnegat Bay at various points, is not 4 feet an inadequate depth?
Thanks for the question, Barry. I wasn't quite sure exactly kind of what your concern was based on the question. So, but I hope I can provide you some kind of general information that hopefully will have the answer buried within that. So targeted barrel depth is 4 to 6 feet. It's based on an assessment of the seabed conditions, the seabed mobility in the bay, the risk of interactions with external hazards, whether it's fishing gears, anchors, etc. So there's a burial risk assessment that also is conducted to help inform that analysis. In a case where you can't, if you're worried about burial not being achieved, protection there in those cases can be required for anything that's kind of crossing. It may, that would potentially cross over that. That could be additional armoring or other protection methods. So the last thing I thought maybe you were focusing on here was potentially maybe EMF, so electromagnetic field effects from the cable. So I'd point you to section 3.6.5 of the DEIS, which kind of covers EMF from the cables. So hopefully within that, I've gotten to what your primary concern was without having a full clarity there.
Thanks, Will. Another question from Barry. This question is, how much energy will be provided as a consequence of the wind turbines positioned off Long Beach Island? How does the foregoing relate to the energy necessary to power a home? In other words, how many homes would be powered by this project?
So Barry, thanks for this question as well. We get it a lot in a lot of different kind of contexts and ways, and it can vary a little bit. But for this project, the Ocean Wind 1 COP's proposing a 1,100 megawatt wind facility. So, and it includes up to 98 wind turbine generators. So if you just assume that all 98 turbines are approved for installation, so when you take the 2 turbine models that have been looked at in the analysis, that equates to anywhere between 1,215 megawatt capacity to a 1,400 megawatt capacity facility. So if you're really trying to get the electricity output, kind of what you would do on the more technical end is you would take that nameplate capacity, you would multiply that by the number of hours in a year. You would then multiply that by a capacity factor, which is essentially kind of the efficiency of the machine over the year-long period. Most of the time it's described in the form of a percentage, but generally speaking, capacity factors, which can vary a little bit over time and from project to project, range somewhere between 40 to 60%. So that's a multiplication of either by 0.4 or 0.6, whatever you want to use within that range. Kind of a more simplified answer and kind of using a roundabout number that we use, because electricity usage per home can vary obviously from area to area, but that is roughly 350 homes per megawatt of nameplate capacity. So accordingly, taking that range of a 1,215 megawatt facility or a 1,400 megawatt facility, that puts you in the neighborhood of somewhere between 425,000 homes to just under 500,000 homes powered. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thanks so much, Will. We have one last question for you, and this one's from Kathleen Keating. The question is, what is the role of the New Jersey governor and of New Jersey state agencies in the BOEM process?
So the state of New Jersey has been involved in our overall renewable energy authorization process off of New Jersey for quite some time. I'd say the real kind of start there was in 2009 when BOEM formed the New Jersey Intergovernmental Task Force to help BOEM with the planning effort to identify the New Jersey lease areas. So obviously we've been working with them since that point in time, whether it was the governor's office or the various state agencies. that all have some expertise and knowledge about their area. So for this specific environmental review, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection is a cooperating agency for the EIS, and we work closely with them to ensure that our analyses are addressing their concern. Obviously, they are on the ground in the state of New Jersey and have very specific information and expertise for their resources, as well as we want to make sure that we can be efficient with our analysis and documents. So we're covering everything that can potentially be used on the state permitting side as well. So we can try to be inclusive of that. We also have to work with the CZMA, their CZM office, Coastal Zone Management Office, sorry for the acronyms there, because we have our own obligations under the Coastal Zone Management Act. We also work closely with the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. Really a primary portion there is we need to make sure as we're moving forward with this process and their project that we have a clear understanding of Ocean Winds 1's obligations under the New Jersey BPU Offshore Renewable Energy Certificate Board Order, which essentially serves as kind of the offtake for the power for the proposed project.
Great, thank you so much, Will. The next set of questions I have are for Ian Slayton. Ian, the first question for you is from James Mahoney. And the question is, my understanding is that the energy to construct, install, and maintain these wind turbines equals the energy produced. This is a zero-sum project. How is this an effective use of public funds?
So hello, my name is Ian Slayton. I'm a physical scientist with BOEM. And to answer this question, I just want to make it clear that commercial scale offshore wind is not a zero-sum technology, in that one could not get the same amount of electricity out of the fuels used during construction and operations and eventual decommissioning over the life of the project from the fuels themselves. And the net energy gain from an offshore wind project is evident when looking at life cycle emissions. When harmonized across other generation technologies for producing electricity, it comes out as one of the most efficient commercial scale generator technologies. And the emissions from construction will quickly be offset by the emissions avoided by the facility's energy generation. And we have a link to share from the National Renewable Energy Lab. They have a harmonized life cycle assessment for various electricity generating technologies that demonstrates that.
Great, thank you, Ian. The next question for you is from Dottie Reynolds. The question is, commenters blame global warming as responsible for many current weather problems. How much has temperature actually risen? Is temperature increase just a natural weather change? Is much flooding due to overbuilding, filling of wetlands, and surface coverage with impervious materials?
So according to NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, global temperature has increased by at least 1.1 degrees Celsius or 1.9 degrees Fahrenheit since 1880, with the majority of that occurring since 1975. It's important for there to be distinction made between weather and climate with these kind of conversations. A way to think about it simply is weather is what influences what you put on that day, what you wear. Whereas climate is what influences what's in your wardrobe, what's in your closet, all the things you own. And so in that sense, temperature as a weather phenomenon does vary throughout a day and throughout a year. But global temperature specifically refers to the overarching average temperature on a broader scale of time, on a global scale. The time scale in the modern sense for global climate is typically a moving 30-year period of time over the entire Earth. And so flooding can certainly be due in part to building decisions and natural processes and so forth, but overlaying these things, there's also climate changing at a faster than natural rate due to human-caused emissions, as opposed to the natural drivers of climate change that one would see in geologic time in the past, which are still there, but are being sort of subsumed. And it tilts the odds of extreme weather and events to occur more often than they otherwise would. And so a good source of information on climate change would be www.climate.nasa.gov, which, we shared in the chat there, that discusses all this further.
Great, thank you for that response, Ian. I've got one more question from you, and this one's from Dan Ginolfi. His question is, 80% of the homes in New Jersey are heated by natural gas. In addition, 50% of energy consumption in New Jersey is from space heating. How will offshore wind help the 80% of New Jerseyans who use furnaces to heat their homes? As energy consumption in New Jersey continues to increase, there's no guarantee that any emissions will be reduced. And he provided the source for this comment from the New Jersey Energy Administration. We'll go ahead and drop that into the chat for everyone as well.
Yeah, so this project as proposed would produce enough electricity to power over 400,000 homes, as Will was saying earlier, in response to another question. And to the extent that a home uses electricity generated from offshore wind for heating, that otherwise would have been using something else like natural gas, or perhaps another electricity from another source, emissions would be reduced. So that's one way that emission reduction is sort of built in that sense. The project itself is connecting to the grid at locations that were made available by the closure of the Oyster Creek nuclear plant and the BL England coal, oil, and diesel generators. And so it is replacing other generators, and this will have a smaller carbon output per megawatt than the things it's replacing in total. And also the state of New Jersey itself has future goals involving carbon neutral electrical generation, which this would be a part of, and also further electrification, i.e. going forward less homes perhaps using natural gas for their heating.
Great, thanks, Ian. The next two questions I have are for Ursula Hausen. Ursula, the first question for you is from Jacqueline Walling. And Jacqueline asked, my family has an oyster business in Barnegat Bay. What will happen if dredge spoils affect the oysters?
Hi, my name is Ursula Hausen. I am a fisheries biologist with BOEM's Office of Renewable Energy Programs. Thanks for your question, Jacqueline. No aquaculture leases presently occur in the vicinity of the BL England export cable route in Barnegat Bay. There are several shellfish leases near the Oyster Creek export cable. There are 4 regular leases and 1 research lease that occur in the vicinity of that export cable. And I urge you to take a look at the construction and operations plan, specifically figure 2.3.4-8 will show you those research, the aquaculture leases relative to the Oyster Creek export cable. So one of those cables is within the cable corridor for the southernmost option for the cable landfall. Installation of the offshore export cables could result in burial, displacement, and/or mortality of benthic organisms, including potentially within the aquaculture lease area near that southernmost Oyster Creek landfall that I mentioned. Dredging would be performed in accordance with the NJDEP's Office of Dredging and Sediment Technology standard permit conditions and best management practices in order to minimize impacts to water quality in the construction area. But during construction, water quality will always be monitored to ensure no exceedance of the New Jersey surface water quality standards. Thanks. Pam?
Thanks, Ursula. One more question for you. This one's from Barry Siscali. And the question was, how can we be sure that our fish populations will not be adversely affected by placing these gigantic devices on the ocean floor?
Thanks for your question, Barry. Environmental impacts in the draft environmental impact statement, or the DEIS, were analyzed using the best available science in the scientific literature. The DEIS analyzed impacts to finfish, essential fish habitat, as well as other marine and estuarine resources. Before publication, the DEIS underwent a very comprehensive review with our cooperating agencies, and those agencies include the National Marine Fisheries Service, as well as the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Project impacts will also undergo a comprehensive analysis during the essential fish habitat consultation under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and that's also with the National Marine Fisheries Service. Additionally, in order to evaluate potential impacts of the project on fish populations, the lessee, Ocean Wind LLC, will conduct a comprehensive fisheries monitoring plan, and that would include pre-construction, construction, and post-construction monitoring. Thanks. Back to you, Pam.
Great, thanks so much, Ursula. Next 5 questions I have are for Lisa Landers. Lisa, I wanted to start with 2 questions that are a little bit overlapping, so I want to see if we can address them together. And these are from William Cook. The first one is Cape May County, New Jersey has requested additional visual simulations from additional observation points because existing simulations are not adequate. Does BOEM plan to require additional visual simulations to show what ocean wind will look like? And the related question to that is, will BOEM consider a list of additional observation points desired for Cape May County?
Thanks, Pam, and thank you, William Cook, for the questions. BOEM does recognize that Cape May County is a consulting party in the Section 106 process, and BOEM is currently reviewing Cape May County's comments, which include the requested additional visual simulations and additional observation points, as these comments were provided on the Section 106 technical reports. I did also want to note that a multi-step process was used to identify key observation points from which the visual simulations that are currently provided in the visual impact assessment in the COP and in the DEIS for those visual simulations and those documents. We've also provided additional information regarding how BOEM assesses visual impacts of scenic resources and viewers, and that information is available in the visual impacts poster in the virtual meeting room, which we'll put in the chat.
Thanks, Lisa. Another question for you from William Cook. Will BOEM share digital copies of the photographs used to perform the existing visual simulations?
Sure. High resolution files of the visual simulations, which include the photographs, are available on BOEM's Ocean Wind 1 DEIS webpage, and we'll drop the webpage in the chat.
Thanks, Lisa. A additional question from William Cook. The question is, will BOEM prepare visual simulations for Ocean Wind 2 so that consulting parties can consider them for purposes of understanding adverse visual effects?
Visual simulations were prepared for Ocean Wind 2 as part of the cumulative effects simulations that are provided in the DEIS. Visual simulations depicting Ocean Wind 2 as one of the reasonably foreseeable future projects are available in Appendix M, specifically in attachment M2. In addition, BOEM distributed a cumulative resources visual effects assessment to the Section 106 consulting parties on March 21st, 2022 for review and input. This document considered Ocean Wind 2 in its cumulative scenario and included an attachment with the same visual simulations that are provided in DEIS Appendix M.
Thank you, Lisa. A question from William Cook. Cape May County points out that BOEM's assessment of seascape, landscape, and visual impacts of offshore wind energy developments on the outer continental shelf of the United States provides the best practices require that photo simulations must depict the worst case lighting scenario. The DEIS does not show the worst case scenario for visual simulations to or from Cape May County or other locations. What is BOEM's plan to address this problem in the DEIS? Consulting parties cannot reasonably participate in future consultation meetings without them.
The Ocean Wind 1 COP Visual Impact Assessment, or VIA, nighttime simulations are consistent with the SLVIA worst case scenario directive that was referenced in the comment. I did want to point out two viewpoints include both day and night conditions, and those are the Atlantic City beachfront and Stone Harbor beach access in Stone Harbor, Cape May County. And there are three viewpoints that illustrate the potential visibility of the FAA aviation warning lights. These visualizations are available in COP Appendix L _D. We could drop the link to that into the chat. The DEIS assesses the impacts of worst case lighting scenario, and that information can be found in section 3.20 scenic and visual resources of the DEIS. And BOEM will consider the request for additional nighttime simulations for Cape May and other locations in our preparation of the final impact statement.
Thank you, Lisa. A question from William Cook. Will BOEM share visual simulations of construction lighting? It's important for cumulative effects analysis to show the public what nighttime lighting impacts will look like.
Thank you. We appreciate this comment as well. And similar to the previous comment, we will consider the request for simulations for construction lighting as well in the preparation of the final environmental impact statement.
Great, thank you, Lisa. I have two questions for Mark Jensen. Mark, these questions are a bit related, so I'm going to go ahead and address them together here. They're from Jacqueline Walling and from Barry Siscali. And the questions are as follows. Will electric bills increase for us consumers with wind turbines? And related, how does the cost for this energy compare to the cost per BTU of gas?
Yes, hello, my name is Mark Jensen. I'm an economist at BOEM. Thank you for the questions. So the effects of offshore wind projects on electricity prices vary by wind project. In general, the effects depend on the prices implicit in a particular state's electricity offtake agreement relative to prevailing wholesale electricity prices, as well as any other conditions in the offtake agreement or in state law. In general, prices implicit in offshore wind offtake agreements have been declining over time. In addition, prices of substitute energy sources such as natural gas have recently increased, although it is not known how the prices of substitute energy sources will evolve over time. When issuing the electricity offtake contract for Ocean Wind 1, the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities estimated there would be an average increase in monthly electricity bills of $1.46 per residential customer.
Great, thanks so much, Mark. I have another question for you, and this one's from William Cook. How will BOEM assess Ocean Wind's economic impacts on the coastal tourism economy of Cape May County and other counties in New Jersey located within the area of potential effect?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the impacts of the Ocean Wind project on recreation and tourism in New Jersey are analyzed in section 3.18 of the draft EIS. This includes a discussion of baseline recreation and tourism activities in coastal New Jersey, as well as the impacts that could arise during construction, operation, and decommissioning of the wind farm. The overall conclusions of that analysis were that there would be moderate adverse and minor beneficial impacts on recreation and tourism. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. The last question that we have for this evening is for Renee Richards to address. Renee, this question is from Barry Siskely, and the question is, what happens when a turbine is abandoned? Is there going to be established a fully funded decommissioning fund for the safe removal of turbines?
Hi there, my name is Renee Richards, and I'm a geophysicist with BOEM. Thank you for this question. At the end of the operational lifetime of the project, Ocean Wind will decommission the project in accordance with our regulations, specifically 30 CFR 585.902 and 905 through 912. The process will start with the submission of a decommissioning application in accordance with our regulations. BOEM requires that all facilities be removed to 15 feet below the mudline unless otherwise authorized by BOEM. BOEM requires the lessee provide financial assurance covering the anticipated costs of decommissioning in the form of a decommissioning bond or other form of financial assurance in accordance with applicable BOEM regulations. And for that reference, it's 30 CFR 585.515 through 537. The decommissioning obligation must be guaranteed through an acceptable form of financial assurance and will be due on a schedule to be approved by BOEM in accordance with the number of facilities installed or being installed. So in summary, in the unlikely event that a project is abandoned, BOEM could pull the bond and use those funds to decommission the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And thank you to everyone who provided questions for tonight's hearing. Those are all the questions that were shared through the question and answer box. So I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to Jess Stromberg, the Environmental Branch for Renewable Energy Deputy Branch Chief for BOEM, for just a few closing remarks. Jess?
Yep, thank you. So as Pam mentioned, my name is Jess Stromberg, and I am the Deputy Branch Chief for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's Environment Branch for Renewable Energy. And I just want to thank ICF and the BOEM staff for holding a successful virtual public hearing for the Ocean Wind 1 draft environmental impact statement. We had a good turnout this evening, peaking at around 124 participants. And so to everyone who participated in this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for spending the last few hours with us and for the many thoughtful comments and questions that you submitted. All of the comments received today and during the comment period will be assessed and considered by BOEM during the preparation of the final environmental impact statement. I hope you've been provided a good forum to share your comments on aspects of the project that are of concern to you, and that you found our answers to your questions to be both useful and responsive. Your input is essential to ensure that the best informed decisions will be made for the proposed project. And so I also want to reiterate that there are multiple methods available for you to provide your comments on the draft environmental impact statement by August 8th. and they're shown here on the screen. Comments can be submitted through regulations.gov using docket number BOEM-2022-021 or mailed to BOEM at Program Manager, Office of Renewable Energy Programs, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, 45600 Woodland Road, Sterling, Virginia 20166. Attention, Ocean Wind 1, COP-DEIS. And just as a reminder, according of today's virtual meeting and all of the virtual meetings will be posted on BOEM's Ocean Wind 1 virtual meeting room page. And thank you again for participating in today's virtual public hearing.
Great. Thank you so much, Jess. And thank you all so much for participating in today's virtual public hearing. We appreciate your input and your involvement into this process. For additional information, please visit the BOEM Virtual Public Hearing Room website. This hearing is adjourned.